Seems now to be thin. Where are your other colleagues? If- because we need to start now. And I don't see them.
What was the response to that, Chair?
No, so someone went to look for him. No, no, they were here 2 minutes ago.
I'm saying, but we should be led in terms of, please give us 5 minutes, we are getting this sorted.
Okay.
Sitting here, I don't know.
5 minutes, please go. Send another delegation to find the rest of the delegation. Honorable members, good morning, and good morning to our delegation from the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality. And good morning to our colleagues from Parliament, my apologies, from the Auditor General of SA, and all our other guests that are present here today. And once again, good morning to you, Executive Mayor, and your delegation. May I, before I deal with some preliminary issues, just perhaps ask you and your team to introduce yourselves, or for you to introduce everyone, just the name and role in the council, so that we know who we're speaking to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Gregory Ntatisi, the Executive Mayor of Mangaung, and next to me is the City Manager, Mr. Silo Mure. And next to Mure is Mayor Tekisho, she's our CFO, and next to Mayor Tekisho is Ntatema Subeng, is our HOD Technical, and next to Ntatema Subeng is HOD Duma, HOD Corporate, and next to him is Ntate Ami. Mulelo Kwantate Ami is our General Manager in the Office of the City Manager as well. And then behind me, it's my team from my office, Ntate Machile and Nadia. That's the team I'm with, Chairperson. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I just want to deal with some preliminary matters, and one of them is from this morning. So we're supposed to start at 9:30. And after 9:30, you colleagues stepped out, and we waited for you here. And there was no request for you to be excused, even though we hadn't started, but we're supposed to start. There was no request for you to be excused, and when you came back, there was no explanation of why you stepped out, and led to us starting the meeting 20 minutes late than we should have. We ordinarily start at 9 o'clock, but in consideration of the fact that you have traveled, and so we started at 9:30. So we do not expect that even with 9:30, there is then going to be a difficulty, especially where we've already greeted and, the members have stepped into the room, and then you colleagues have stepped out. So can I ask you, Executive Mayor, to just deal with this matter before we get started?
Chairperson, let me profusely apologize for the inconvenience caused. We indeed went out, but then upon coming back, we realized that one of our team's entrance paper was left inside in the room, and we then had to interact with the systems at the floor to allow us in. I honestly would like to apologize for that. It was really not intended to inconvenience the meeting and the proceedings. My apology. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much. That doesn't explain why you left the room. That is the difficulty that I have. That you left the room, and we were all looking around for you. And I'd like you to just enlighten the members on why you left the room.
We went to the loo, and we went smoking. I must be honest with you. I do smoke. And I took advantage that the meeting had not started, but one other member had to source information for me back home. And whilst we're doing those calls, we got into this entanglement. I truly would like to, once again, apologize to the team. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, because I think this is not going to be our only interaction, we're likely to have another one soon. And so we start meetings on time, or soon thereafter, if we can't start exactly on time due to something that is beyond our control. Such as traffic and so on, which sometimes affects the members. We do expect all our guests to be here at the time that we've asked them to present them here. So may this please not happen again. Because Parliament has a tight schedule, so we have to finish by a particular time. The House does not wait for us while we are here. So I want to just thank you for sending through the presentation that you did. So, sorry, Honorable Kubek.
Sorry, Chair. I was waiting for you to finish with that part of the admin. Honorable Mayor introduced his delegate, but he didn't speak about anyone from MPEC. There's no speaker. What's the story there, Chair?
No, we will deal with these shortly.
Okay, thank you,
yeah,
Chair.
thanks, Honorable Kubek. So I wanted to say I've got the presentation that we sent through. The members have the presentation. I think there's an updated version, if I am correct. So I think what will assist us in this meeting is if we are very frank with one another. The presentation does not respond to what the committee needs at all. It simply does not respond. It glosses over the issues. And that makes me want to know if any of you, and I don't expect you personally, Executive Mayor, to sit and watch the committee's proceedings or to peruse every document that is presented to Parliament. But I just wanted to ask if anyone in your delegation did actually have a look at the Auditor General's presentation to us here, and that the letter of invitation is asking you to respond specifically to the matters and the detail of what the Auditor General discussed with the committee and presented to the committee, because that's how the system works. The AG tells us their conclusions, they get into the detail of why. When the Metro comes to account, we want to have a similar discussion, and we need to see that detail in the presentation, and it's not there. So I just want to ask if anyone looked at all at the Auditor General's presentation to this committee on Mangaung.
Chairperson, I'm going to allow my team to respond, but I would say to the committee, we, from the administration side, together with my office, sat down to look into the report and the request that we must pipeline to you a written report given a time frame. I think it was on the 30th, if I remember, which we then had to work on it. But then I'm going to ask the city manager and the CFO to really weigh on what you have just put before us.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, Executive Mayor, and colleagues. Chair, I think if we could present, we have seen the presentation by the AG. I think they shared it with us. And in terms of the presentation that we have prepared, also the structure that you did send to us, I think we are indeed responding to issues. As you correctly said, we are not covering up anything, but we are providing progress that we have made out of the issues as raised by the AG. So my humble request is that you allow us to talk to these issues and take all questions as they may arise. We have looked at the presentation, Chair, and our presentation is actually also structured in line with the request from Parliament for us to present on particular areas. We are talking to the remedial actions on the issues as raised by AG and the progress that we have made on matters as raised. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you very much. So the reason and one of the reasons, and we'll give you an opportunity to just briefly take us through, and we're now out of time, so you're going to have to use your own time that you used for smoking outside to cover some of the issues, because we don't have a lot of time. But when we're dealing with audit outcomes, we really do expect, for example, to have with us the MMC for finance. We expect to have the chief internal audit executive, because those are the matters that we're dealing with. Those people are not here. And we've had municipalities here before, they bring those people. We expect to have our counterpart in the council, the chair of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, so that we can interact at that level. Those people are not here at all. So the reason I said earlier when I spoke that we're likely to then be dealing with one another in short order is because I can tell you that such questions will arise, and I am not certain who's going to answer on their behalf, because we want to know why the audit outcomes are such as they are, and we don't have the chief internal audit executive or the person who is the client of the chief internal audit executive, who's the chair of MPEC. They are not in the room. That's the difficulty that we have. At least you could also have interacted with the committee and asked who the delegation needs to be. And I do recall a conversation with the committee secretariat in terms of who should come. And the chairperson of MPEC was in that list. But we ordinarily would have given you a lot more time for the presentation, but given that you've also taken up quite a bit of time yourselves out of your own time, we will give you about 20 minutes to go through the presentation, and then we go to questions. We will ask questions of detail, which we then expect all of you to be able to appraise the committee on some of those matters. If they're not in the presentation, then it will become apparent why I have said at the onset that the presentation hardly responds to what we've asked. So please go ahead. The time now is 9:59, so you've got until 20 past 10. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think for purposes of making sure that we recover time lost, I would request the city manager and the team to truly and honestly lead us into the presentation, and then we'll weigh in as we proceed with the processes. Thank you.
I'm just struggling a bit with the IT, Chair. It's not...
But I thought it was on. What happened? Okay, all right, thank you.
No, thanks very much. As reflected, we are covering the state of governance, including audit outcomes over the past 3 years, infrastructure projects, compliance, project management, and overall status, implementation of audit action plans, irregular, unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure over the past 3 years, deviations and contract expansions, as well as any matters referred to the relevant law enforcement agencies for further investigation. I will just touch on the state of governance. Mangaung is under National Mandatory Financial Recovery Plan, introduced by National Treasury, of course adopted by Parliament, with the following pillars: governance, institutional, financial, as well as service delivery. So the plan was aimed at addressing various challenges the municipality has been experiencing in terms of service delivery, administration, financial management, and governance. We have improved on systems which were fragile or non-responsive, which have led to the introduction of the voluntary intervention and then ultimately compulsory intervention. Thus far, the city's administration, governance, and finances have been stabilized. The FRP is currently being reviewed to ensure that it focuses on pertinent matters, as much work has been done, meeting with the NT as well as COCTA on the 14th of May. State of governance, Council is operating according to its approved calendar of meetings, including the public participation engagements. All Council oversight committees are functional, the committees that we mentioned, Chair. The executive management team of the city does sit regularly. Then I go straight to the audit outcomes. The municipality has received qualified audit opinion for the past 3 years. The council has approved the audit action plan that is monitored by executive management team on a weekly basis to ensure that all audit findings are tracked and addressed. Through the financial statements though the financial statements were found to be fairly present, the financial state of affairs of the municipality, the following areas were also qualified: overtime, service charges, water losses, property, plant and equipment, as well as commitment in as far as accuracy is concerned. As you would see, Chair, in terms of the various financial years, in 25 we attained qualified. I think I can just say we attained qualified through the 3 years. I think you know this part of the slide, Chair. Let me just talk to remedial actions. On the employee cost, we have introduced the shift system to cap excessive overtime as the city. But I must just add, Chair, that Labour has taken us to court on this matter. So we are implementing shift system on fragilities, on extreme negotiations with workers. So what we are doing also, the city manager approves approvals for overtime, and we have limited overtime. We've moved overtime from approximately 100 hours, and now it's around 30 hours. Once we fully implement the shift system, we'll probably do away with maybe 20 of these hours and allow the shift allowances. We have also introduced what we call verification process at salary point for those that are getting paid. On service charges, the city manager has established subcommittee to address all findings related to service charges. The issue of unmetered sites, council has approved the flat rate charges and an ongoing program of installing meters on sites. On unbuilt indigent households, indigent register is updated to accommodate the new qualification criteria as per the amended indigent policy. Introduction of smart water meters with anti-tamper functionality. You should note, Chair, that there was serious tampering with our meters, which made it a big problem for us. Ownership-related issues and billing, especially formalized areas issued with PTOs that were not built due to legal issues on ownership. PTO is not equal to title deed. Policy has been amended in February to ensure consistency in intent and in interpretation in relation to responsibility to pay for services. Bulk purchases, this qualification was not relating to any audit finding, but because of uncertainties surrounding metering, property management and land use. I think some of the issues that we touched in the previous paragraph. Property, plant and equipment, we are in progress with conditional assessment of sanitation plants and landfill sites to confirm whether these are impaired or lack maintenance. Council approved an asset impairment policy to enable management to rely on policy than opinions, thoughts or feelings. We have developed a standard operating procedure and an impairment register to register any changes to property, plant and equipment. On commitments, the city manager has established a subcommittee to address all findings relating to commitments. We have established working committee comprising of contract management, accounting and compliance, SEM to refine all appointments made in the last 3 years. Procurement of life cycle module that will resolve issues in the city. That's in relation to commitments. So the council has also adopted the updated audit action plan on 29 January 2026 to ensure that all audit findings are tracked and addressed. The implementation of audit action plan is monitored through the internal audit unit, audit committee, MPEC, as well as council. Furthermore, the audit action plan has been captured on the financial management capability maturity module. Essentially, I'm saying, Chair, we have automated as we improve or as we put in more information is available on the system now. That's the system that we've got. So our audit action plan, April was the last month, and May will be the evaluation of the plan, assess any risk areas and adopt preventative measures before closure of the financial year. So we are also in process of acquiring time and attendance system to resolve issues related to occurrence of overtime. In terms of compliance, we are as a municipality compliant with all grant framework. In terms of capital budget breakdown, the capital budget of the municipality is mainly funded through grants, namely USDG and new grant UDFG, and as well as ISUPG. Council has established a project management office mainly to support directorates to improve service delivery and spending of conditional grants allocated to the municipality. PMO serves as a link with user departments, external stakeholders, and sector departments to ensure compliance with the norms and standards of planning phase until execution, monitoring, and evaluation of projects. These are structures that were not existing in the municipality and introduced by the new team. So the municipality is also currently implementing the capital budget, and we are on course of fully spending the allocations. I think in the second quarter, we are the third highest spending municipality in terms of allocations. Chair. So this is the breakdown of our budget for infrastructure. 23-24 was 1.2 billion. 24-25 1.3. 25-26 1.3 as well. So that's the breakdown of the budget. This is a further breakdown. There is spending, Chair, and as we've reflected, the intention is to spend all allocated funds. The challenges, budget and schedule overruns, competing priorities, project managers implementing multiple projects. Chair, I must just indicate that we had seriously high vacancy rate in critical positions as the city. So we've got limited project managers implementing multiple projects. Stakeholder engagements, you would know that Mangaung is mainly on shifting sense. There is always issue of stakeholders challenging almost everything that we are trying to do. Inadequate risk assessment, contractor cash flow challenges and tax compliance issues. At times as we are trying to spend, we are unable to pay the same service providers because they'll be having their own compliance issues with the taxmen. So they end up not even having sufficient resources to implement, requiring that we must pay them in advance. Lack of bulk infrastructure in most of our townships, which results in no appetite for investments from the private sector. So we have also there tried to apply for BFI on several questions, but we have really not been successful. Municipality has introduced war rooms to improve the overall performance. Capital war room, focus on capital project. City rejuvenation war room, reviving inner city. Revenue enhancement, improving revenue collection. Service delivery war room, improving service delivery. So these war rooms report to the executive management team on weekly basis. Then we check what areas we can improve on. So we have also introduced the project readiness assessment. It's a small committee as well there to review projects that are ready that can be pipelined for implementation. Capacitization of project management, working with National Treasury, Provincial Treasury, MISA, as well as CIDB. We are also engaged with trading services reforms. I can say we are more or less 80-90% ready with the trading services reform, which will have single point of accountability. Financial capacity assessment of successful bidders. We realize also that at times we appoint bidders who don't have sufficient capacity, which actually collapses our capacity to implement. So we have now said that we must make financial capacity assessment of the successful bidders. They will operate their own SEM procurement for infrastructure. So with regard to irregular, unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, the city has started with investigation of UIFW as far back as 2018, which has resulted in MPEC submitting its report to Council on the 30th of August, and Council resolved to write off about 343 of irregular expenditure as a result of this investigation. The city also initiated the UIFW investigation covering the period of, you would see, Chair, that the slowness in terms of us responding to some of these things. There's been a lull from 2018, if I may say. For many years, there's not been any form of investigations, or there could have been some disruptions of some sort. We must also note that the period of intervention by National Treasurer or by the National Cabinet was characterized by both political and administrative instability, which had negative impact on the investigative processes, and the current team is really running with that processes. The fact that during 21-23, up to now, the city had interchangeably had 7 municipal managers and 2 administrators be a testimony to this. Essentially, we can say that we had instability in administration for many years, and restoring the administrative integrity, even though it's unfolding, it may not be as visible as we would want it to be. And Chair, I must just say that even what is being unearthed now by the AG, These are historical matters, legacy matters, and this team is now putting in place measures to deal with these matters. So upon realizing that the approach of utilizing external service providers to assist to investigate UIFW was costly and not yielding any intended results, so the city established its own MPEC technical committee. They will be reporting in the next council on the progress that has been made. In August, the city established this technical committee to fast-track the investigations of the UIFW. The MPEC in its meeting on the 19th of August 25 approved the investigation schedule of the technical committee. Since then, the work has started. There are volumes and volumes of work that has been completed, Chair. On the 30th September, the technical committee submitted its first progress report to MPEC. Both MPEC and MPEC Technical Committee are currently in full swing with investigation of UIFW backlog, as I've reflected, Chair, is from 2018, and it's a whole lot of work. We have also just agreed now to give the technical committee more time, including the investigations that are done by DB Bot. Also, we are going to give them time and all the support that is necessary to process things. So this is the irregular that we've got, Chair. I must just say that in this irregular, unauthorized, fruitless and wasteless expenditure over the past 3 years, there are those issues that we may not have had control on, issues of indigence, the issues of increases by NERSA as well for electricity. So those are issues that may look like we definitely overspent, but they were unavoidable. Internal control is not, what we have picked is that internal control was not embedded on performance responsibility, causing controls to be done reactively to audit instead of continuously. User departments not held accountable for preparing and safeguarding evidence, resulting in unreliable information only tested at audit. Legislative compliance is not embedded as an operational duty, leading to reactive rather than in-process compliance. The responsibility of UIFW and MI investigations was not formalized, leaving a mandate gap and causing statutory investigation to not occur. However, we have introduced the quarterly performance evaluation of city manager and HODs to ensure accountability. In the past year, I must say, there was, before this last 1.5 years, there was no evaluation of heads of department, there was no evaluation of city managers, so we've established those committees to ensure accountability. So Council has adopted UIF reduction strategy in accordance with MFMA Circular 111. This focuses on reduction of reported UIFW over the period, a policy on prevention and identification of UIF, which empower all those with financial delegations to understand what is UIFW, how does it occur, and how they should test likelihood of occurrence and put preventative measures in place. Standard operating procedure on contracts administration has been developed to provide guidance on all types of amendments and procedures to enter long-term contracts. In essence, what we are saying is that we have introduced policies because there was policy gap. We have introduced standard operating procedures because there was a gap. Everyone was doing, as I can say, in practice. People were just using the practice without following any process. So this team has introduced policies, have introduced standard operating procedures. They may not immediately be yielding success. So this is the progress that has been made by MPEC and FDB. That also I must just reflect. We introduced the FDB. There was never FDB in the municipality. MPEC has investigated fruitless and wasteful expenditure, has noted write-off of interest on areas of bulk water with Val Central, which is about 278 million, has investigated unauthorized expenditure, non-cash items amounting to 7 billion of the reported UIF. Only 1.5 is cash items, with bulk purchases for electricity being the main contributor, followed by employee costs. That's the point that I touched on. It is anticipated that by August 2016, about 10 billion would have been investigated, reported to Council, thus enabling consequence management. It's difficult to met out consequence management without concluding these processes. The Financial Disciplinary Board has been presented with registered, currently conducting investigation. So we understand that not all UIF is a financial misconduct which will result in criminal offences, either deliberately or negligently. There is an SOP in place on the referral of matters to FDB, and the checklist developed help those entrusted with votes to be aware and prevent rather than face with consequences. So these are the deviations per year. 25-26 is about 9 billion. No, not 9 billion, 9 million. 24-25 about 14. 23-24 about 39. 22-23 about 27. You would note, Chair, that there's been a serious reduction. If you look from 23 to 26, you would note that actually we have been in process of reduction of deviations at 9, at 25, 26 in comparison to 27 in 22, 23. So we have also developed the process flow of deviations, which makes them now legitimate. As I've said, there was no process, there were no policies. So this team has indeed introduced new policies. Those are the steps that are followed, or the process flow that is followed, and all approved deviations are reported to the next council meeting. The municipality had the following variation or contract expansion for the past 3 years, is about 48. So there as well, we have introduced process flow. I think the emphasis, Chair, is that, as we have said, the system, there were no systems, or the systems were a bit broken in all these years that have been mentioned, including the years of administration. And the current team is now on recovery process, and we are introducing processes. We are introducing policies to ensure recovery. So with regard to matters related, relevant to law enforcement agency, the IPTN matter is with the SIU. Overtime matter is an old case, and the case is with the Hawks. The Hawks is also investigating security tender as awarded for the period 1 March 2019. Unverifiable overtime claims for the municipality staff during 22-23, also that case is with the Hawks. All these are old, and we haven't received any update from the relevant law enforcement matters. We have also reported case of fraud and corruption by an official of the municipality directly with SAPS. 2 cases arose, fraud and corruption, which led to the application for freezing of assets pending the fraud and corruption case and other party. That's the case of Maine. I must just make it clear, Chair, that the Maine case, contrary to what was reported by AG, was not actually the city directly involved. It was NPA versus Maine, and the matter is now officially closed, Chair, at that level. Both matters have since been ruled as follows. Freezing of asset outcome was appealed by Maine. The appeal was successful. The NP wanted to apply to oppose the success. The appeal was dismissed. On the corruption matter, the matter was ruled on insufficient evidence to prove corruption and application lost. AXA reported previously on this matter differently, that there is fraud corruption being investigated by NPA. So there was no detail, but I've just said it was not directly on us. It was between NPA. One employee of the municipality reported directly to the law enforcement. It became a matter of NPA as well as the contractor or the service provider. So the matter was dismissed. Thank you, Chair. I hope I have stuck with time. I don't know if I've left anything that the colleagues, the mayor can add. Thanks very much.
All right. Is there anything that you colleagues want to add? Your colleagues? Are you all covered? Okay. All right. I will give my colleagues an opportunity to ask questions. I will start on my right with Honorable Mendes. So when I look at the time, let's try and manage our time so that we can get to 1 o'clock with everybody having been able to ask questions. Shall we work on 12 minutes? And then any spare time we'll use for follow-ups. I will ask my questions right at the end.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Firstly, I must register the same consent as much as the city manager requested that he do his presentation, but you still do not expand or explain the findings of the AG. Number one, the AG has a serious concern on your financial planning and performance. You are spending only 8%, which is below norm, on the capital expenditure. You are spending 2% below norm again on maintenance and repairs. But surprisingly, you are spending 16% of your budget on overtime. And one asks themselves, what overtime? That is 16% of expenditure when the repairs are only 2%. So what is it which function or jobs that they perform for this overtime? And who creates this overtime for what? Because if repairs are 2% and we pay 16% just on overtime, we're paying for what? What is it that they are doing with what? And that's the question you were supposed to have answered. And this question requires you not to just say, no, the reason for overtime is because of this and that. We need it detailed. Because we paid 16%. For month one, we paid so much money for which functions where. Because as we speak, the sewer is spilling all over Mangaung, non-stop. No repairs, but there are people being paid money to stop that sewer. I'll give you addresses where the sewer is spilling everywhere in Mangaung, which you know. Yet we have people getting paid 16% of the budget on overtime alone. Now we get to remuneration. Your remuneration is way above the norm at 53%. Chair, we asked in the last meeting, which I'm sure the colleagues did watch us when we were engaging with AG, to prepare for today, that we be presented with the organogram of the municipality and the positions thereof that are adopted by the municipality. Now, we're going to need to know who is being paid this 53%. What levels? And we must get accountability from the mayor's office. How many staff members are in your office and how many senior managers paid for what? Are they in the organogram? City manager. You created 4 positions in your office. You must account for them. With duplication, one of those positions, you created a revenue specialist. Begs the question, what does the CFO do? And his staff managers. You created service delivery specialist. There's corporate. Under which mandate and who adopted that? You created a project manager in your office. This is an SCM function. Where was that adopted? You created manager service delivery, who is a regional executive member of the ANC structure. And you know what the law says about leaders that become staff members in senior positions. Not only that, there's other positions, I'll give them to you when I page over now. Then, there is cost containment regulation, and you know a group called, I think it's something about 7, in the Mangaung 7. That's an NGO, a civil society group that is fighting for the rights of the people of Mangaung. It has submitted 2 complaints, one to the Hawks, on a tender which was given to 7 companies. You are just giving us not even high level, no information, nothing whatsoever, on tenders that the AG is complaining about. There is a tender that was given to 7 companies, which the Hawks is investigating. They have since arrested 2 of those company owners. But those companies are still operating in Mangaung. The tender is under investigation with 2 people already arrested. Tender not stopped. Again, the Mangaung 7 sent a complaint to public protector about a study tour that went to Indonesia. It's part of the financial planning and performance because Treasury has a clear cost containment regulation, which says under MFMA, I think it's 12(2)C of that Gazette of 2019. It says not more than 3 officials or people can go to a study tour. If that is the case, it must be approved by Treasury. You took more than 8 people on a study tour to Indonesia under financial recovery plan. Under financial recovery plan, you took 8 people to Indonesia to do what? How much was that study tour? And what are the results of that study tour? And why did you breach the Treasury regulations doing that? That was the city manager with 8 other people that went to that study tour in full breach of the Treasury regulations. And that we need a clear detail, Chair. I don't want an explanation that's not going. We need a clear detail on all the questions that I've asked. I'll stop there for now.
Thanks. Shall we please get your answers?
The officials to weigh on some of the issues that are raised. But I need to let the committee know that the Mangaung 7 is a political party. It's not a pressure group that comes from the community. It's made out of councillors that were expelled from the ANC and to the advent that some of us came in. So they were councillors in their own right, and some of the things that the questions are actually coming to us were done by them. But I'm not here to accuse them. We are here to account before the committee. I just wanted to make sure that we understand when you talk about Mangaung 7, who are we talking about? Now, the letter that was sent to us, Chairperson, is very explicit. It came to my office. It wanted my office to come and account before SCOPA. And the team that I brought is on the basis of the letter. That the office of the Speaker and the office of MPEC was supposed to be, not that I was oblivious of it. It's not expressed in the letter that I received. And I wanted to believe that maybe they could have perhaps received similar letters in their office. I do take account when you say we should have literally contacted perhaps your office to check who else should we bring, but on the basis of what we received, we acted, strictly. Now, in the letter that was sent to us, the period under review is 3 years. And between the time 3 years to now, and that literally is 2.5 years of my existence actually not even 2.5, 2 years, 3 months perhaps of my office as the mayor. I want to say I know about the 2% that was budgeted for purposes of maintenance. We have since improved it to 6%. We knew, but this is also subject to financial limitation that we have. We realize that maintenance would literally need more attention. Ideally, it should be 8% if we are to begin to address some of the challenges that we have. Now, I yet to invite the addresses that our honorable member spoke about, where there are sewer spillages. There are sewer spillages across the country, but I want to put it this way. Part of what we really have to throw our weight to make sure that we address the problems of Mangaung were in 3 critical areas: water, sanitation, roads. That remains a challenge to us. So perhaps it would be best to ask that we be given the addresses so that we must attend to them. But when it comes to issues of sewer spillages, we have done an outshine and do our best. The problem that we are faced with remains pit latrines that are still there in the city. We have got about 97,000 of pit latrines that exist in the metro. The majority of those being in Tabanchu and Botshabelo and part of Bloemfontein, but Tabanchu and Botshabelo have got more. We are indeed dealing with sewer spillages from the side of ailing and old infrastructure, as well as dubious contractors that you'd find that would block our sewer spillages for purposes of being hired. We have since attended to those aspects. I wouldn't say there are no sewer spillages, but I think the degree with which we have really attended them, I can safely say I need those addresses so that we should go and deal with what is there. Now, on staffing, again, it's over a period of 3 years that we are counting. There was a bloating of staff to a point where Mangaung was even titled having hired ghost workers, where offices were bloated. To a point where in the mayor you would find maybe close to about 100 or so. In my office, I think I've got, if not 8 people, and I can specify what role they're playing. I do not have a bloated staff. I act according to what the office need. What we have done is that we then had to develop an organogram of political offices to make sure that and it's not only about my office, it's actually about the offices of the MMCs that account to me, to make sure that we are within the resources that are needed, as well as the capacity that is needed. I wouldn't have an MMC that would have more than people that would not be a messenger or a PA. Beyond that, I don't have. So there is staff containment in the space that I'm in, but I would also would provide, as requested, the staff component as well as the structure that we are using. Yes, indeed, the structure has been developed, both macro and macro structure, that went to council to make sure that we really do work around making sure that we have got a very contained arrangement in our staff component. Yes, I would acknowledge, Chairperson, over the period under review, there were wrongs that were committed around issues of staffing. Well, perhaps the city manager will then deal with the issues of those specialized areas that were mentioned under his office. But I would then therefore ask my officials to weigh on the issues that were specific and were raised and that are administrative. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Just to reflect on the issues that the executive mayor has actually touched on, but technically in this regard. The mayor is correct that when he took over office, the first thing that we dealt with was to reduce staff in political office so that it's consistent with the municipal staff regulations as issued by the Minister of Cogta. And one of the things that we have actually done to try and reduce the 53% salary cost, when we basically took over Mangaung, the pyramid, as you know, the pyramid chair, the sharp point is actually facing always, it's on top. But in Mangaung, the sharp point was actually facing downwards, meaning that the broad part was actually on top where you had too many managers. So what we have actually done, we reduced the number of general managers. We had 40 general managers, and in terms of the span of control, when we have 40 general managers, it would mean for managers you must actually have about 80 of them, because per one general manager you must then have 2 managers at most, or 4. So we have reduced them from 40 to 32 as a way of trying. For instance, in the department that I had, we had a general manager who was responsible for human resource management, and another general manager who was responsible for human resource management development. So those are the duplications that we've actually uncovered, and we have since done away with. We have merged the positions that we needed to merge, for instance, legal services and labor relations. We've made it one component to be under one general manager instead of two general managers. So I only needed to reflect on that to say, in our review of the structure, these are some of the considerations we have actually made. Thanks, Sia.
We're not saying your name is Mike. We are just saying.
And my name is almost Mike, but be that as it may, thank you so much, Chairperson. I will be responding to the question that relate to the capital expenditure of 8%, the repairs and maintenance, the overtime expenditure, and employee cost above the norm. And probably I will touch as well on the solid waste tender that you have raised that has, it's a matter under investigation. On the budget-related matters, members of this committee, the city did observe the under-allocations of funds to most critical areas in the budget. The 8% that we're referring to, when you're looking at the budget of the city for the last 3 years, up to 2024-2025, the contribution from the city's own coffers into the capital budget has always been between 8% and 10%. And we have taken, and I think when you're looking at the state of the budget at the time, it was informed really by the fact that for those years, the city was struggling financially. The reserves at the end of the year were inadequate to ensure sufficient contribution. But with them, when we started the budget process for 2025-2026, which is the current financial year that is ending now, in the adjustment budget of February 2025, we started to make changes that will deal with these issues to ensure that progressively we put our money where it matters most. And I don't want to go into the details, but when looking at the tabled budget for 2026-2027 MTREF, there are significant changes. The city's contribution to the capital is currently projected at 25%, meaning the funding ratio of your CAPEX for 26-27 MTREF and the outer 2 years, we are hovering between a ratio of 25:75, meaning the grants are 75% of the total funds are available to CAPEX, which is an improvement from where we're coming from of 8% against 92%, which showed a great deal of grant dependency. So our budget processes are looking into these things and see how best can we deal with them as the financial position and performance of the city is improving. So in a nutshell, the history is there, but look at the adjustment budget of February 2025, you look at the approved budget for 25-26, you look at the tabled budget for 26-27, those changes are evident. On the maintenance, yes, for many years in Mangaung, maintenance allocation was between 1% to 2% of the total operational budget. For 26-27, that has been improved. We are currently sitting at 11% allocation to maintenance in the 26-27 MTREF, and that budget has been tabled to council. We are actually in the process of public participation. So strategically and intentionally so, we looked at where we come from. We had to make strides and see how best can we improve. Because the truth of the matter is we are an old city, sitting with aged infrastructure. I actually say it's not aging, it has aged, and we need to focus on refurbishment, upgrading, and investment in new infrastructure. At the same time, we need to up how much we allocate to maintenance to ensure that the service delivery continues in Mangaung. Therefore, the baseline is quite clear and correct as reported by aging. But when you're looking at the adjustment budgets that I'm talking about, February 2025, February 2026, and the tabled budget for 26-27, there are changes that are significant, that are evident from what has been reported as the truth based on the performance, actual performance as audited by aging. I'm going to go to the employee costs. Members of Parliament, I looked at the report of aging. First and foremost, there are ways of measuring this employee cost. And yes, they are saying our spending is currently sitting at 53%. But if you are looking at the employee cost budget in relation to the total budget of the municipality, when it is approved, we are sitting at 25%. Our current budget for 2025-2026 is 11.6 billion, and the employee cost budget in the 11.6 is currently 2.6 billion. That is 25% of the total operating budget. But these percentages changes.
Sorry, can you just help me explain how you get from 53 to 25 again? What is the difference?
Yes, I'm saying you.
So just speak a bit slower.
Yes, you have the approved budget. The total operational budget of Mangaung is 11.6 billion for 2025-2026, and the employee cost allocated is 2.6 billion.
Sorry, okay, so just so that we're on the same page, remember the AG is reporting on
The actuals.
on the previous,
I will
on the actual. So for now, leave 25-26. You will come again for that.
Okay.
We need to deal with the period under review.
Okay. Now we have the figures of when you're looking at the 2024-2025, which is the audited financial year. The budget of the city was 10.6 billion, and the employee cost in relation to 10.6 billion was 2.4 billion. Again, that percentage remains at 25%. Now, when you're looking at your cash flow statement, that's where we agree with the AG to say our cash flow for 2024-2025, total cash collected was 5.6 billion, and against a 2.3 billion actual expenditure in employee cost. Now, when the ratio gets worse, when you take out the conditional grants, it pushes actually your employee cost actuals against the cash receipted by the municipality to about 61%. Now, it is impacting on the sustainability of the municipality to say most of the cash you're collecting goes to employee cost and the payment of the suppliers and creditors. And I think I just wanted to clarify that indeed on the cash flow basis, the percentage is high. But on the allocation side, looking at MFMA Circular 71, we are maintaining the ratios. We are quite honest with our collection rate as a city, which currently is hovering between 73% and 79%, which is impacting on the cash flow. But our budget assumptions in that space are in relation. That's why when you're looking at the cash balances at the end of the year, the city closed the financial year with over $1 billion cash in the bank. So I'm giving you the perspective that employee cost in relation to budget, we are in line with your norms and standards. But looking at the cash side of the business, we are indeed paying more on salaries compared to what is generated as a result of the collection rate that is below the norm of 95%. And we are dealing with these issues. And I think we are having a strategy on how to fast track our collections. We are working on collaboration with Centlec on how to utilize the electricity as one of the mechanisms for collection, just to ensure that we reach the required minimum of 85%, and in terms of the norms and standard, the 95% that Treasury is requiring. I covered that, so we agree with Auditor General. We understand where it comes from, and the plans in place is you either reduce your expenditure or you improve on your revenue collection. Now, in as far as maintenance, the overtime you referred to, that the city has spent 16% on overtime compared to the percentage spending in relation to maintenance. Again, the Chair, we are in agreement with you, but we want to further expatiate where is the overtime coming from, because I think the whole issue is if your maintenance budget is low, what are these people doing? The city's maintenance is actually implemented by, in the main, 80% of our maintenance is done by our contractors that are employed by the municipality through our tender system. So in other words, we have capacity issues to a point where 80% is outsourced. The major overtime of Mangaung comes, number one, when you're looking at the working hours of the city, which is one of the recommendations that our AGSA has made, that you've got departments that are working Saturday. And in terms of the employment contracts, those people are hired to work Monday to Friday. The recommendation is therefore that change the employment conditions of these departments to ensure that the working hours are aligned with the realities on the ground, that you need to provide these services Monday to Saturday, and only your Sunday becomes an overtime. Your solid waste management unit is one of the largest contributors in overtime, due to the fact that employment contract says Monday to Friday, but the schedule they are working on is saying Monday to Saturday, which makes every Saturday in the year for those units overtime. And that is happening across the board, because in the public safety department, you've got those traffic officers that need to do law enforcement and other activities, which are also working Monday to Friday. And yet on Saturday and Sunday, you can't let your guard down in as far as ensuring that there is compliance with Road Act. And therefore, these are contributing. But we are in the process with LLF to review these working conditions and ensure that once we change the employment contracts, it will impact on the overtime that is worked. So I think I have given as much as I could in as far as those items, I don't know, from corporate services. On the tender issue, yes, indeed, you are right, Chair, with regards to the tender. The city awarded a tender for trade waste collection. And from where we were seated, we had no issues. From the conversation we held with Hawks, there was a whistleblower on the matter who reported fraud and corruption in relation to the letters of proof of work done by some of the contractors, and a possible collusion, because when they inspected the letters they submitted, they found some inconsistencies and sharing of information. Now we sat with the Hawks and asked them a question. You have now done these arrests of the 2 of the 7 contractors. What is your proposal that the city should be doing? Do we terminate the contract? Do we put it on hold until the outcome of your investigation to confirm whether there was indeed fraud and corruption as alleged? The response we gotten from them was that we are still busy with the investigation, and you stopping this contract may impact on service delivery in Mangaung. We haven't gotten further guidance from their side, and this contract is now actually expiring on the 30th of June. We are actually going out on tender for a replacement contract of that tender, with this matter still pending in courts. So we agree with you that maybe we should have terminated pending the outcome of this case. But I think operating from the principle of investigation must unfold, the people must be found guilty of having colluded, then we can probably approach the court for the loss of money by the city to people who obtained a contract fraudulently. But the advice we got in from Hawks was not explicit that the contract should be put on hold or terminated pending the outcome. All I know is that to date, those contractors are all working, and the contract is expiring, and that we are already out on tender for the replacement contract that is set to start as early as 1st of July 2026. Thank you so much, Sam.
You want to come in before I come in?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity to respond. Mine will be very short. We'll be speaking to the one that was related to the sewer spillages that are all over Mangaung. We are mindful, and of course we do agree that before, in around 2023, it used to be said that it's the city under sanitation. But then since July 2023, we as technical services, or as the Metro, we developed, of course, rather the graphs and the tables which would gather the data and ensure that we can track our performance. And from July 2023, we did improve, of course, our response, because we have under the Circular 88, where now we need to respond to a KPI that says percentage of call-outs that are responded within 48 hours. Before July 2023, 95% of our call-outs were responded way beyond 72 hours. But since 2023, and even on the time of review, we closed the financial year attending averagely 94.5% of our call-outs, meaning we were lowering those spillages. Currently, we are still maintaining the status of about 90+ percentage of responding to the call-outs. We would receive around 4.8 to 5,000 of call-outs you would find that only around 400 that we are struggling then to respond to within the 48 hours, leaving us with 90 plus of a performance, which was way dire before 2023, where now majority of it were attended way above 72 hours. So the situation has improved a lot. We do this mindful that we have challenges in as far as the budgets are concerned. However, we have to provide a service, so we would then be balancing the production rate of our workforce, the overtime, to ensure that is not too extreme. That's where now you'd find the subcontracting coming into play, so that we can have an access to adequate equipment and inventory, of course. But what we are putting out, Chairperson, is that before 2023 situation was as dire as it was stated, but for now it has improved with sustaining 90% plus of responding to those call-outs of sanitation within 48 hours. I submit. Thank you.
As I come in, Chair, as I came in as the city manager, I think I must just touch on what HOD Duma touched on. We had a top-heavy structure, Chair, with no clear allocation of roles. In fact, we had gaps in critical positions. I think that's what also drove our underspending. And as I came in, Chair, I needed people that will guide me in terms of responding to issues without bloating the structure. I applied Regulation 30 of Municipal Staff Regulations, and I identified, I think, these issues that are emerging now that are also part of the AG's report. That's why I also decided to appoint this specialist in. The city has a serious under-collection of revenue, if I may say so. But this under-collection of revenue needed to be characterized. You find officials there who have been doing this, but seriously under-collecting. So I needed someone that will guide me in terms of what corners can we take in terms of collecting revenue. We have not yet reached the level that we would want to reach, but in terms of the processes, now we've got a revenue collection war room that deals with pockets of revenue for the city. So the specialist is entirely responsible to guiding me, not interfering with the role of the CFO as such, but to guide me in terms of strategy as the city manager. Remember, we got a top-heavy structure with no relevant officials. I think the CFO will also attest. There were not really many officials dealing with revenue. So I needed, at the high level, to provide direction with regard to revenue. Issues of service delivery, I appointed the service delivery specialist because one of the key issues in relation to the financial recovery plan was service delivery. With the service delivery specialist, we guided the departments also in terms of how we can work with limited resources. HOD Masbing has already touched 2 or 3 years ago to attend to sewer spillage. I think the statement that we have made, it would take forever at times. I think if your statement was made 2 years ago that there is sewer running all over the city, it would be a statement of fact. But currently, Chair, in 48 hours, at most, we are able to respond to sewer spillages in Mangaung. And I must just add also there is infrastructure refurbishment also. I think the biggest issue of Mangaung sewer is lied with the issue of old or dead infrastructure. So with the guidances, we are able to now develop norms and standards. I'm able to say you can be able to respond to this in 24 hours based on the facts gathered by my specialist. I've also got an IT specialist who's helping us with automation. The city is moving very fast with automation. The city was largely a paper-based city. So I appointed someone to say we can save resources by automating. This person brought that experience, and we are moving as the city with regard to automation. But remember, these are fixed-term contracts to help enhance our response on FRP issues. I think we'll share the issue of the structure. The Office of City Manager is not so bloated. I've only appointed those specialists and support staff. And as I've said, I think we still have about 3-4 positions that are vacant in the Office of the City Manager. I did not find them critical. In fact, we abolished an HOD position in the office. There was an HOD position which was going to be a high remuneration. There was also the project management office HOD level, which was supposed to be also at high level. So we abolished those high level positions in favor of positions that will give us practical resolutions to the current problems. There's no need to have an HOD where I can just have a manager or a general manager. Yes, we have a project management office which serves mainly, I think in terms of the presentation that I've made, it serves mainly to coordinate our response or our effort, mainly on projects. The catalytic projects that cut across all the departments are coordinated by the PMO. The PMO tracks, because you cannot have the technical department tracking itself. The PMO tracks processes or projects, but also the PMO, when it's fully fleshed, we are anticipating to capacitate it to ensure that as we implement projects, there is value for money. Essentially, we are saying that there'll also be monitoring whether what we have spent on a project is what the project is worth. So it has some technical capacity to just monitor and update the executive management to say that we have spent 20 million here, but the project is worth 5 million. Just making an example. So the PMO deals with that. Essentially, it's a seriously high-level monitoring office in the Office of the City Manager. So we have strengthened the Office of the City Manager to enable the City Manager to take account and to monitor work that is being done. I've spoken about automation.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I'm really worried about our time because
Okay. Okay.
and I'm now going to have to donate my own time to this. So
Nice question.
yeah, I'll come back to you, Honourable Member, at the end if we have time. No, it's you, Mzal. Yeah, sorry, Honourable Esa.
Chair, this is exactly what I raised with the committee earlier on. This is exactly the problem. Because had we have been given information, there is too much gaps and holes in the explanation we're getting. It makes absolutely no sense. And I can't come back and interrogate that. And that's exactly the problem we're going to have. We're going to have a situation where we're told today Mangaung came to account and it accounted. Tick box were done. No. There's a lot of information that makes no sense to me out of the answers. Had we have been given that information up front in response to what the AG have raised and found in your municipality, we would have taken it from where we are supposed to be. Now we must interrogate to get the answers that answers the AG. And now we must move on. I don't agree, Chair. Unless you are saying we are going to get this broken down and Mangaung is coming back, because today this is not accountability.
No, I've already said so, Honourable Member, right in my introduction. That will get we'll speak to them again. Honourable Isaac.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry.
My apologies, Honourable Isaac. I would like to echo the sentiments of Honourable Member Chair. The answers that we're currently getting are unsatisfactory at all.
Okay. So I expressed a view about the presentation at the beginning, and I also said that this is our first interaction. We'll have to have another one in short order, because the option is to not use the day at all, which is also not a good option. So can we go deal with the questions we can deal with today? And then at the end of the proceedings, we will, like we did with Transnet, bring them back in a date shortly. Honourable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairperson. Morning, colleagues. Thank you for being here. Chairperson, yeah, lots is being said, and, I identify with what Honorable Mente has said in that based on, what she's asking and trying to interrogate and what's coming out of the reports, and I've gone through it and read, trying to compare to last week. It's not as transparent as one thinks it should be, but I'll leave it to the chairperson, obviously, to give direction in terms of how we're going to proceed to get to the detailed information. But there are a few pertinent questions that I want to ask regarding service delivery. Okay, so currently, what are the residents in your community that you serve saying to you in Mangaung? Are they happy with the kind of quality of service delivery that they're getting from you? Are they getting value for money? Are they proud of their municipality? Is it an institution that they would look forward to visiting? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't live in Mangaung, but these are questions you need to ask yourselves and obviously be open and transparent. So, I would go on to a service delivery issue about how we're going to get people to their work, how we got to make the economy function. Now, let's go to that Haung, am I pronouncing it correctly, or Haung bus transport system. Okay. Now, there have been reports that there's been over expenditure of some 2 billion rand, chairperson, on that bus transport system that they've been putting into place in terms of over expenditure, some 2 billion rand. Now, I recall having read somewhere way back that the previous Minister of Transport, I think it was Mr. Fikile Mbalula, correct? He then commissioned an SIU investigation into that over expenditure, and I'm sure you're aware of it. So what I'd like to understand, with all these cost overruns, perhaps you'd like to update the committee as to what is the current status of that bus transport system. Have any of these investigations been made public? Do we, as the community, taxpayers, residents, are we aware of what has transpired there? Because I'll tell you why, Chairperson, and this is interesting. You see, very similar to you, you have a municipality or a metropolitan municipality called George up in the Western Cape. You know about it. Now, very similar project, very similar infrastructure. Okay, they have something. They started in 2014. They have something like plus minus 30 bus lines operating in that metropolitan municipality. You, Mangaung, after a 2 billion rand over expenditure and ongoing SIU investigations, you only currently have three lines operating. So please give us some concrete information and make us understand who's in charge of this, how is this thing functioning, what are your plans? Okay, because you're servicing people, you're there. You know about all of this information. Quickly, Chairperson, before you accuse me, as usual, of my time having run out, I would, with due respect, now in the previous financial year, the AGSA's audit report spoke of these major cyber attacks that you've had in the municipality. Again, I must quantify, you're aware of it. What have you done to mitigate the cyber attacks? You said there's Mzala there that's qualified to handle that one, okay? So please tell us what is the impact and what measures are now being taken to mitigate these. The fact that you would admit it was a huge material irregularity, I'd like to hear your comments on that. And then, of course, I'm pretty taken aback, and I say this with due respect, okay, that for a metropolitan municipality of your size, that you say here to South Africans and to us as the committee that your collection rate is something like 22, 23%. 20? Right, 72, right. Now, what is going on? I mean, what, I don't understand it. It's difficult for me to digest it with the kind of monies that you invest with your, as my colleague has alluded to, your people, your bloated infrastructure, big wages and salaries and wasteful, fruitless expenditure. How is it possible? What are the people doing there that are working for you, city manager? And then finally, Chairperson, I want to just say, I mean, despite the presentation that we saw this morning, which was given to us the other day, Mangaung remains under national intervention, right? Now, it's not a pretty place to be under national intervention. And, I mean, since 2022, there's been these huge signs of serious and financial mismanagement, and of course, huge service delivery shortcomings. So, I must ask you through the chairperson, city manager, honorable mayor, I mean, what are your concrete plans to exit this national intervention? I mean, from a public accounts perspective, it's not a good place to be. In fact, I think it's pretty embarrassing. I wouldn't want to be the city manager of a municipality under public intervention for so many years. So please, in your reply, tell the committee, in a nutshell, what are your concrete plans so that we could sit here again in 12 months' time and see suddenly a turnaround? I'll stop there now, Chairperson. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Can I ask for the answers to be to the point, please?
Thank you so much. I'm going to be speaking more on the IPTN issues that had been raised because I think most of the questions surrounded the IPTN. Let me first explain by saying the city has launched the Mangaung bus transport on, in June of 2025, last year. We went live. We are currently operating one route, which is Route 1C, in the main covering the CBD up to the side of the university and the northern side of Mangaung. We are operating the Mangaung bus transport system through a partner, which is the vehicle operating company, through the negotiations. I don't want to go to the details, but we do have a company that is operating the buses on behalf of the city. Now, we are currently in the process of negotiating the acquisition of licenses from the taxi industry that is operating on Route 1A, which is covering most of the Mangaung, the southern side, or the southern side, which you call your township location in Mangaung. And those negotiations are in process. Now, when you look at the history of IPTN, indeed, we haven't overspent by 2 billion. We have actually lost on transferred grants to Mangaung on IPTN to the amount of 2 billion. It is monies that were paid back to the national fiscus due to underspending. And that underspending was caused as a result of, number one, the investigation of the SIU, where the DOT agreed that they are not going to approve any capital expenditure for Mangaung until the acquisition of buses tender that we all speaking about is under SIU investigation. So what we could do has been done by the city. And where the limitations were, we couldn't progress as we wanted to be. It's only last year, around September 2025, when we were discussing with DOT on the allocation for 2025-2026 financial year, where a go-ahead was given to acquire 10 additional buses. Now, the correction is that Mangaung is not operating on 3 buses. We are operating with a fleet of 10 buses. 3 buses is 1 bus line that is currently active. The second one is under negotiation to acquire those licenses. And yes, we are now out on tender for the procurement of 10 additional buses that will cover the new route that we are intending to launch very soon. I think in terms of our plan, that route will be launched sometime in 2027. So we are doing what we can. This whole project was involved in a lot of these issues that were derailing it, the SIU investigation that I've spoken about. But the 2 billion overspending is not the truth. It's actually the contrary, that due to underspending, 2 billion was returned to national treasury. And for the past financial year, we have returned actually to treasury about 92 million that was underspent under IPTN for reasons that treasury and DOT was well aware of. My last point that I want to speak on is the collection rate, and I'm gonna link that to the economy of Mangaung that is impacting on the collection rate. Members of SCOPAM, when you're looking at the revenue base of Mangaung, number one, we are sitting with a 60% household dependency on state grant, meaning we're only having about 40% of the residential customer base that can afford municipal services. And that is one of the challenges that we are sitting with as a city. And clearly, when you're reading your SASA release reports and your National Credit Regulator reports, they show the plight of the people of Mangaung in terms of their affordability. And hence, when you're looking at our property rates, we are actually extending exemptions to these households to make the accounts much more affordable. For the past financial year, we were extending a total of 793 million that was funding our indigent households against an allocation of 1.1 billion of equitable share. But we are improving on the numbers as one of the issues. Last year, we were sitting with an indigent register of 67,000, and we are pushing that to about 165,000 for 30 June 2025. But the state of the affairs that is impacting on your collection rate is who are you serving and the affordability levels of these people. You're also looking at the capital budget of Mangaung, you'll find that we are more on the upgrading of informal settlements, which is bringing into your billing system unaffording customers, and the growth on your middle to high income earning categories, there is a challenge in terms of seeing that revenue base growing. But we have our own catalytic projects that we'll speak about if those questions arises around what are we doing to grow the economy of Mangaung. Therefore, we are currently negotiating with Santlek. You'd know that Mangaung has an entity, Santlek, which is independent, and they've got their own billing system. The negotiations or the process we're in is currently to try and integrate the billing system of Santlek and the billing system of Mangaung, because currently the only mechanism, Chairperson, we have to improve on collection is the disconnection of water. And we are all aware that water is source of life, and once you disconnect water in lieu of debt owed to people that you know for a fact that their economic conditions are such that even if you disconnect them, they will rather sit with no water, creating another crisis that is unintended. And hence this collaboration with Santlek to say, instead of disconnecting water, let's rather work with you and disconnect on the side of electricity, because we do have alternative energy sources that people can use in a case where they are disconnected. But those are the realities that we are living with in Mangaung. And these collection rates, when you compare municipalities that are having electricity as a function in that municipality, the collection rate is much better because it is embedded in your credit control policy. But once you have an entity, then especially the systems standing alone, then you find those challenges on how are we going to ensure that we are running one credit control, one billing, one credit control, and one collection. Thank you.
Chair, just to add in terms of what has been raised, the CFO touches on the 40% revenue base. And I must just indicate Mangaung is not industrialized, Chair. 80% of those that are paying for rates and taxes or that are bringing something to the economy is residential, not industrial. Maybe perhaps just to extend to the question that was raised by Honorable Member that we also held an investment summit last year. We are busy now implementing the outcomes of that investment summit. Perhaps just also as the last issue to touch on service delivery. Service delivery, whereas there are areas that don't even pay a cent, as per the presentation of the CFO, large aspects of the township must still receive services. So we are giving this area services, as the CFO reflected, out of what the little that we are collecting, our services must cover everyone. And unfortunately, because of the limited revenue base that we have, sometimes services will be erratic, there's no doubt. But we are collecting waste within the 14 days regulated, and we are responding to issues of sewer as we reflected. So that also drives over time, but we are in the process also of adding numbers in terms of general workers. The process is almost concluded. I think I'll just allow HOD Duma. I nearly forgot the issue of the cyber attack. Thanks, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me, if you allow me, Chair, let me first start with the financial recovery plan. I think it was also raised. The financial recovery plan has got 3 phases: the rescue phase, the stabilization, and the sustainability phase. We are still at the rescue phase, Chair, and we are fairly new at the municipality. And one of the things we discovered was that officials did not understand how the financial recovery plan works. And out of the rescue phase, we have got about 275 targets, and we have so far achieved 173 targets, and 112 targets are still ongoing. That's where we need to upload the information and provide portfolio for evidence to National Treasury. And if you look at it from 2024, Chair, up to now, you will see there's great improvement in terms of those targets being achieved. On the cyber security, yes, the municipality was attacked around October 2023. It was before our appointment, of course. And at the time, the National Intervention Team was still present. They then dealt with the forensic investigation on the cyber attack. And a company known as Anerama was then appointed, working closely with the works to determine exactly what could have actually happened. And one of the findings was that it was not an external intrusion, but it's something that was actually done inside. But the problem with the Anerama report, when we probe them further to say, look, we want your report to reflect that it is complete and it can actually stand the test of litigation in court of law in an event we want to act against those who have been implicated in the report. And we did not want to, because they said if they were to engage in that exercise, we need to make available about 16 million. So we sat down as the municipality management and we said, instead of us incurring cost further on this matter, because their report is not giving us anything concrete that may actually make those or perpetrators to be prosecuted, let's rather than opt for the works and use another agency of government, which services will actually get for free. The Hawks did do their investigation on the matter based on what Anerama has actually given them. Documents were availed. About 12 computers of officials were also confiscated. They were actually taken to testing. And after the work was done by the Hawks, the matter was actually referred to NPA for prosecution. And unfortunately, NPA indicated that they cannot prosecute. We don't know what are the reasons, but we have got correspondence to that effect, which shows that NPA indicated that they can not prosecute on the strength of the evidence they have actually been presented with by the Hawks. So that's where we are, unfortunately. Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, is the case dead, or did the NPA tell the Hawks to go and investigate further?
I think the case, we got the nolo prosecute certificate, meaning that they cannot, if anyone comes up with information, or if we incur cost and get a very good company to investigate those matters further, because we had to balance, Chair. Look.
No, don't worry. I'm not blaming you. I just wanted to know just that part. Don't worry. You don't need to over-explain.
Yeah, it's a dead matter, but I think it's important to also indicate to the committee that we value what was the loss, how much are we going to spend if we are to pursue that matter? Thanks.
All right, last contribution.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. There was a question asked, value for money, and if the community is satisfied with the services that they are getting. It's a broad question because it's not specific to a specific service that to refer to, but I want to answer it this way, Chairperson. The people's interests are forever growing. You can do however much you want. They will always demand service. We are doing as best as we can with the resources that we have on our side, and indeed we are under Section 139, subsection 7 A and C by National Treasury. They were there in the province. I mean, in the metro. They could not be allowed to do what they were sent to do by all political parties. No support they got. From even a party that was represented by one person, they all wanted to see them out. They were there since 2021 until we came in. And they took over from Section 139, subsection 5, which was the province. No help ever came to the municipality. The best thing that I can tell that they left us with is the financial recovery plan. They could not deal with the issues of staff component. They could not deal with issues of service delivery. They did not even know where the projects were. Not because they were lazy or they did not know what they were supposed to do. They simply did not get support from any political party to do their work. Council after council, party after party, they wanted to see them out. In fact, they were living like rats in the metro. They were even protected by police. They could only come to the building, do paperwork, and go back to where they're staying for all the period that they were in there. So there was no work done over a period of about 3 to 4 years that was supposed to have made an impact. When these officials, with some of us coming in there was literally nothing on the ground. There was no metro, literally, technically. And even no impact so much that we can write home about of the intervention. So I don't want us to sit here and pretend as if we inherited something that was working. There was literally nothing. Our coming in there was to intervene and to make sure that we bring systems into place. And we are still striving to do so. The advice from professional bodies and institutions, it was that it would take us 10 years to get that system to be up to scratch. We are trying to curtail and make sure that we should do what we can. And Chairperson, some of us are leaving. We have to make sure that at least we leave something healthy for those that are coming in. Let me also put it this way, Chairperson. You see, the issue of the cyber attack that was asked, before it could come to the administration or to our knowledge, a particular political party was the one that went to the media with. So the internal part of it must not be seen to be reduced to the officials. It must be known that it was politically driven. I want to put that point very clear. And it was not for the first time. Each time the elections are approaching, there is an attack on our system. It was the second time. And I can't come here but if asked what party, I would do so, Chairperson, to bring that name forward. Now, I wanted to also, Chairperson, say we subject a lot of cases, including the one of cyber attack, as well as the one on IPTN, to the law enforcement unit. And once they're in the hands of the law enforcement unit, our hands are hamstrung. We can't, that's defeating the end of justice if we want to filter in and know. But we did the best that we could. And I read at some point that the documents that we gave, we did not give them documents. Chairperson, we went all out to go to Abacus, to this company, KPMG. We went to fetch original document because law enforcement units operate through original document. We handed off original document to them from whatever paper they needed. So the matter is in their hands. That include, but not limited to, the loss of the engineer that we had and other cases that are with them. So there are a number of cases that we subjected them to the law enforcement unit. It would indeed, Chairperson, appear like we did not speak to the brief when the communication was sent to us. I yet to understand that, Chairperson. You know why I'm in pain? I'm in pain because there was a time frame given to us with limited time, but equally so, a reduction of don't go beyond certain slides. And that could speak to what Mami was raising, our honorable, and what another honorable was talking to us about, to say we need to stick to a certain parameters.
No, thanks, Secretary Romeo. So let me deal with that because once again, I am concerned about our time. So, just a couple of things. So the letter was sent on the 21st, asking you to give us information 9 days later. In the intervening period, the Auditor General came to speak to us and gave a presentation. I think this is for future. Once you've been called about audit outcomes, it really doesn't stop you from interacting with the Auditor General to get the same information that they're going to give us, number one. Number two, you can assign someone to listen to the proceedings, to understand what kind of questions the members were asking in the meeting. That's what I would do if I was in the position of the city. Understand what kind of questions the members were asking, and then make sure that the presentation that we give responds to all matters. The letter can't presuppose what the Auditor General is going to say. You understand? Now, should I put in the letter that the meeting of the Auditor General is taking place on such and such a day, please assign someone to watch and take notes and make sure that you can. I don't think I need to do that, and we don't do that with any. So I get your frustration, but I can tell you the matters that are being canvassed by the members, thematically, they are in the letter, firstly. Secondly, had you had someone who was watching the presentation, believe me, Executive Mayor, your presentation would look different. It really would. So, and myself and my colleague had exactly that same discussion, that it doesn't appear that somebody watched the proceedings of the committee and know what to respond to. That said, so that we don't waste a lot of time, so just let me give you just the themes we're going to want when you come back, because the problem with this conversation is that we're now having a conversation where we should have started with your presentation. One, it's clear that the Metro is in a poor financial state, so we will need to get information about the financial recovery plan. In that plan is cost management, it is revenue collection and other forms of funding. The second area is the area of infrastructure, which the AG has raised. The third, and the cost includes the salaries and everything else. So we need to see the before and after and that kind of thing. Then there is the area of procurement. There is your material irregularities. Going back, so we need to see what is historical and what originated in the year under review. We need to see the top 20 transactions, or at least the key transactions that at least account for 80-90% of the findings of the Auditor General, because we need to be able to say, you need to be able to say, this is what happened here. The officials have been disciplined that way there, etc., etc. This, colleagues, is an exercise we go through with every entity each time they come here. So it does help to also just appraise yourselves of how we work. This is not the complete list, but we will need to do that. But it's clear that we will then need to be very specific. So you'll need to send us some spreadsheets ahead of time, which we will specify what information needs to be there, etc., so that we can then have a concise presentation. The 25 slides is still adequate. There is nothing stopping you from appending explanatory memoranda for the members to read. It's just that we can't go through 80 slides here, because the whole session will finish and we would not have asked questions, you understand? So let us just work together like that. Honorable Kupek.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone in the House. Chair, I do have a feeling that this municipality, along with many other municipalities, especially in the Free State, they don't take Parliament seriously. A couple of months ago, we went to hearings with municipalities in Free State. Chair, one of the municipal managers told us that when we were asking him, what does the municipality do? He told us they are a special municipality. And we were asking him, what are you guys doing? What do you do as a municipality? He said they're a special municipality. There's a municipality in the Free State, if I'm not mistaken. So this carelessness and this absolute disregard for what Parliament is, I'm seeing it continuing into this municipality of the Free State. Chair, I think we need to advise and warn a lot of the municipalities that come here that we are not their provincial legislatures where they account to. We're possibly accounting there, they're accounting to their political principles and their political friends. We are Parliament. This is Scopa. We're not playing here. Chair, Mangaung Municipality is the worst performing metro in South Africa based on 2024-2025 audit outcomes. It is technically insolvent with liabilities exceeding 468 million rands. They achieved only 50% of their service delivery targets while spending 113% of the budget. Unauthorized expenditure has remained above 1.3 billion for 3 consecutive years. The AG has identified 27 material irregularities and has initiated a process of getting a certificate of debt against the same municipal manager sitting in front of us now. And Chair, it's important to note that this would be if this certificate of debt is issued, it would be only the second time in the history of South Africa that this has been issued to an accounting office. The SIU has submitted a motivation for proclamation to investigate the municipality. We're still waiting for that. The Hawks are actively investigating the same municipal manager for unverifiable overtime payments dating back to a couple of years ago. Ghost workers, including officials who received payments while in prison. I'm not sure, maybe I would post that as a question. What does that mean? When the AG and the SIU tell us such things, that some people are in prison but they're getting overtime, what does this mean and how does this come about? And apparently this has been confirmed by the mayor himself. The municipality has over 79,000 households that rely on bucket toilets. Potable water losses stand at 48%. A disciplinary board has been in place for over 18 months without producing a single report to council. And when the municipality officials sit here, Chair, they paint a rosy picture for us about the municipality. This municipality is a mess, Chair. It's an absolute mess. The competency of the municipal staff across the board needs to be looked at seriously, Chair. And I'm not sure who is supposed to do this. Maybe it's the province, but I think the competence is in question here. It seems as though a lot of these people have got no idea what they're doing in that municipality, Chair. The people of Mangaung as a whole, they're struggling with no jobs. There's a high unemployment rate. But Mangaung municipality faces a critically high vacancy rate, Chair. How? Why are they not employing people? Their vacancy rate is sitting at over 60%. And I think it was the CFO who was telling us that they rely on contractors. Why are you not hiring people, MM? Why is there such a high vacancy rate and you're not hiring people? What's the problem? I hope, Chair, that the people of Mangaung will see us and hear us here when we speak. And I hope that they will do the right thing by removing these people in the upcoming local government elections, and that they install people who will be able to do what they're supposed to do and people who will know what they're doing. Because as it stands right now, it seems as though the people who are sitting here are lost, Chair. Chair, ESCOM debt is in arrears for 1.6 billion in that municipality. 1.6 billion, that's the debt. The water board debt is in arrears for 642 million. The municipality expects that 88%, this is in 2024, oh no, sorry, 2025, I think, of their receivables will be uncollectible. Now, if that's the case, who's supposed to be responsible for that? Who's supposed to be accounting for that, MM? Failure to impair infrastructure assets, causing material understatements in impairment losses. CFO, who's supposed to be in charge of that? Employee costs, AG could not verify overtime due to inadequate controls over confirming overtime worked. CFO, this goes to you as well. What's happening there? Commitments were materially understated due to incorrect recognition, calculation, and classification. Now, that speaks to another incompetency. And I would ask the CFO, who is this incompetent person who cannot calculate the commitments of the municipality? AG could not verify water revenue from conventional meters due to unreliable consumption data. Now, the question there would be to the Director of Technical Services. I'm not sure if he's here. It would be, do they have a competent technical staff or team that is employed, or have they not employed people, or have they employed cadres or cadres of their political party? 50% of key service delivery targets were achieved. However, I said this earlier, 113% of the budget was spent. MM, could you answer that one, please? What's going on there? Internal control is not embedded as a performance responsibility, causing controls to be done reactively for audit instead of continuously. MM, again, that's you. User departments are not held accountable for preparing and safeguarding evidence, resulting in unreliable information for the audits. Consequence management and unethical compliance. Consequence management and ethical compliance are not enforced as performance duties, resulting in a culture of no consequences for compliance. I think that one would go to you too, MM. Why are you not enforcing consequence management? It is on record that the municipality has previously failed to submit all required documents to the SIU to enable their preliminary work to proceed. Honorable Mayor, could you tell us why is that? The financial recovery plan, the rescue phase was designed to last between 6 and 12 months. As of 30 June 2025, the municipality had been in the rescue phase for 22 months and had only implemented 58% of the required activities. I think you did mention something about that earlier. I'm not sure if it was MM or Mayor. Speak to us about that as well, please. National Treasury withheld 140.9 million in conditional grants from your municipality in 2024-2025 due to slow project implementation. The previous year was 296 million that was withheld. I just want to know, MM, what projects were affected and why was this the case? The AG could not verify water revenue from conventional meters because the consumption data was unreliable. I said this earlier. Some residents have not been billed for water for periods exceeding 5 years. I'm not sure if the Director of Technical Services is here to answer that and tell us why is that. If not, MM, please indulge us there. The financial health dashboard in the AGSA presentation shows debt impairment of 2.188 billion rand, up from 1.595 the previous year. The municipality expects 88% of its receivables to be uncollectible. The question there is, have any large debtors, including government departments and state entities, been formally pursued for payment? I'm not sure if that one is the MM or the CFO.
I am thinking we need to give them space to ask. I think you are now on question 13.
Okay, so we can do it, but it's just a
They
mess.
will speak until 12:30, which is
Okay,
what
Chair.
worries
It's
me.
fine, it's fine, Chair, no worries. No worries.
Okay.
Chairperson.
Okay. Can you deal with those thematically, if that is okay? Can you do that?
Before I do that, Chairperson, I just want to check if this is the brief of the committee to use political connotations to describe us. And if that is the case, we would then have to go that route, because I would not expect a situation where I would be told here, representing a party that I belong to be told that come the election will be removed as a result of what the honorable member is saying. I therefore would like to ask the chairperson to ask him to withdraw that statement. Then we can then answer, Chairperson.
So can I just say, so so he didn't name a political party in his statement. My assumption is that he's referring to you as individuals. What we don't allow in the committee is for someone to say, Party X, people must vote, or what we've agreed we don't do in the committee is to say Party X must be voted out. That's not what we do here. So there is a manner in which that statement was framed which conforms with that requirement here. Two, that is a political statement. You're also an elected official. You are also allowed to respond to a statement like that within those boundaries. So because we also have to have robust debate here. So if you are disagreeing with what he's saying, we are most welcome to disagree. If you understand what I'm saying, it might be difficult for the officials, but for you, as an elected official, you are well within your bounds to respond accordingly. Does that assist you?
So, Chairperson, I'll respond. Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by, because I would like to ask you to allow me to go to at some point. Chairperson, I think we spoke to the issue of the SIU and the document that was submitted. You know, I see it as listening being a skill. We said we collected all the document from all entities that were doing the investigation on the IPTN, and we have submitted them to the law enforcement unit. And they operate through original document. Now, the stale and old information that would say we did not do, we dispelled it. And would like to still emphasize the law enforcement unit has got all the necessary documents and originals for that matter with regard to the cases that were referred to. We also, Chairperson, refer to the 79,000 pet latrines in a way to refute the issue of spillages, to say our biggest problem are 79,000 pet latrines. Perhaps I must put a figure. They would need us to put 3.1 billion rand to eradicate them, all of them. And that money has been applied for at the relevant Department of Water and Sanitation to help us source that money, because the Metro cannot afford that amount of money. That also accounts to the roads that must be constructed. That would actually need about 7.2 billion rand to eradicate all of them. The 2,200 gravel roads and the 1.6 kilometer that needed to be attended to. I spoke about ghost workers. I discovered them. We're not told. It was out of our own hard work that we discovered that they are ghost workers. And that some of the ghost workers were in prison and they were earning, and others were in different provinces and they were earning. That too is a matter that was subjected to the law enforcement units. Now, the party that runs the Metro, Chairperson.
I note that Thabo Bester was incarcerated in Mangaung. Was he one of the ghost workers? Is it possible that he, or you didn't check specifically?
Well,
sorry to interrupt you, but
I loved it, yeah.
I couldn't help.
Yeah. No, he was not part of those, Chairperson. He was not part of those, Chairperson. Now, let me put it this way. With regard to the question that was asked, with the previous honorable member, and including the honorable member,
Honorable Kubek.
Honorable
Honorable Kubek, yes.
from MK, party. And by the way, I'm an MK cadre.
From,
training in
from Scopa,
Angola.
Chair.
Yeah.
From Scopa.
I hope you don't still have your old ammunition and things hidden somewhere. We don't allow that in the prison.
No, well trained for that matter in MK. Not this one, the real one. I want to put it this way, Chairperson. The current party that's running the metro is doing all what it can to ensure that the people of Mangaung receive the services they need. And for that matter, we would not falter at coming to Scopa an account. And I would honestly and earnestly request that as you have ruled, even if you have not concluded the meeting, to say you'll indeed call us to come and account. We will do so earnestly and with honesty, and to demonstrate the determination that the party that's running that metro understand fully its brief, and it will make sure that it accounts to all committees of parliament. It is our humble request, therefore, that in the next request, or as outlined also, we would know our brief quite fully. There was no prescript we could read from to understand what is expected, except to answer what is in the AG's report. And our interaction with the AG, it's quite diligent, and it addresses on issues that we need to address to, and we take it that what the AG puts before the people of this country is earnest and honest. It's based on hard work that is on the ground, but come election, we'll have to see who's winning the zoo. Thank you.
Please go
Thank you
ahead.
so much, Chairperson. I'm just going to be answering briefly with understanding that we are coming back. I will start with the withheld grants by National Treasury. Indeed, you're correct, 149 was held in the financial year 2024-2025, of which 123.7 million of the 149 was the money withheld in respect of the IPTN that I already explained the reasons behind the underspending on this grant. And 50 million of that monies that were returned were actually for the procurement of buses. And then the other grant that underperformed in that financial year was ISUPG and the USDG. I think USDG was underspent by 5.5 million, which was a big improvement comparing the prior year's spending on all conditional grants. Therefore, Chairperson, looking at the allocation for 2025-2026 under IPTN, I think National Treasury has realized that if there are disputes or there is no progress or approval of a project implementation by a department, it makes it difficult for the municipality to implement these grants. And I indicated that we submit our business plan to DOT. Due to the matters of SIU that were pending, they wouldn't allow us to invest on capital, but they wanted us to focus more on the maintenance of existing infrastructure that was constructed under this. But looking at the financials for 30 June 2025, USDG was 100% spent. You're looking at ISUPG, it was sitting at 88% spending as of 30 June 2025. That is the clarity I wanted, but I think we'll take tune from what the chair has said, that when we do the presentation, we need to attach the annexures so that the members can indulge themselves in detail of on these matters that we are raising. I want to cover up everything, Chairperson, under revenue management, because there are issues that were raised. I want to first acknowledge on the ESCOM debt that is escalating on in Mangaung. And I think, Chairperson, we are actually pending a meeting with the governor of the Reserve Bank as a city, where they would like us to make a presentation on how are we assisting the country in containing inflation. Now, one challenge we're sitting with, and we're getting hard to explain to the customers out there, is the issue of the NERSA approving above inflation tariff increases for ESCOM. For the current year or the next financial year, we are talking about 9.01% against the 3.67 inflation target that has been communicated by National Treasury. The reason I'm raising these things, Chairperson, is that when you're looking at the increase allowed by municipalities to their clients and the increase allowed by NERSA to ESCOM to charge, there is always a variance. We can increase our tariffs by 8%, and ESCOM increases the same tariffs to municipalities as clients by 4% above what we can increase to the clients. And we believe, we're hoping to the SCOPA that those matters must be looked into. They make services unaffordable. Then you find that the growth trends on the expenditure side on electricity far exceeds the growth trends on the revenue side due to the issues of the unequal tariff increases allowed for ESCOM and those allowed for municipalities. But Chairperson, as we're waking up this morning, the city is participating on ESCOM debt relief. And we have received a letter from National Treasury that says as much as our collection rate is below, but we are managing to reach a target of 72% minimum on MFMA Circular 124. We are receiving a second write-off on accumulated ESCOM debt as at 30 March 2024 when we started participating in this program. That is commendable job because some municipalities that participated under ESCOM debt relief had to be kicked out or they never benefited from this program because they defaulted and they were performing below the minimum target required to receive these discounts. So these are multiple issues that are affecting the city. On Val Central, Chairperson, I think the whole country at some point was actually commending the city on how they're handling the Val Central account. We have a signed agreement between the city and Val Central, who is the entity of DWS that is supplying bulk water to Mangaung. We haven't defaulted once, and the account is up to date in as far as Val Central is concerned. We're having a commitment of paying 105 million per annum in the month when equitable share is transferred to the city. In lieu of that debt, we started this arrear debt at a balance of 663 million. We are currently sitting at 401 million balance, and we are going strong. Last year, the board of Val Central wrote off interest to the city in the amount of 278 million due to the fact that we are executing the agreement very well and that we deserve that write-off that was sitting under fruitless and wasteful expenditure in our UFW register. That is work that we are doing. To be specific on the following questions, I think on the issue of the uncollectible debt, members of the committee, I think we have painted to you the picture of the revenue base Mangaung is dealing with compared to other metropolitans. We are, I think when you're looking at the spread, I think the city is 95% residential and 5% government and commercial combined. That is making difficult to do the collection because you are more dependent on residential. I already explained that 60% of our residential customers are actually dependent on SASSA, and it's unable to collect from them. But it is for that reason that when you look at the financial statements for 2025, the portion of the receivables that was deemed to be uncollectible, in the main, it was linked to indigent households, that though the policy says we write them off when we onboard them or approve them in terms of the policy, they further accumulate debt beyond what has been written off. And hence, one of the strategies we're adopting as a city is the prepaid water meters as well as smart meters. And without putting the cart before the horse, when you're looking at the tabled budget for 2026-2027, under the UDFG and the trading services reforms, the city has allocated 100 million, 50 million coming from UDFG and 50 million from own funds, which you spoke about earlier, saying Mangaung contributes 8% to its own capital budget. And I presented to this committee that we have since improved those ratios to currently now 25%. Estimated readings. Chairperson, I'm going to close here. We will further provide, when we come back, we will give some clarifications. On the estimated readings and unreliable data to do the billing, Chairperson, we identified this as a challenge. It is for this reason that when we tabled the budget of 2025-2026, which was in May of 2025, we proposed to council that we've got a problem of theft of meters in the city. We've got a portion of about 26% of residential customer base that do not have meters, where it is possible to even do the reading and billing of those accounts. And we proposed a flat rate that in the interim, whilst the city is looking at installing meters, let's rather build them on an informed estimated consumption, depending on the location and the size of the household. As you would know that the white paper on local government, as well as the instructions from Treasury, especially looking at supporting table 16, that deals with the assumptions for estimating your small, affording and high households, those assumptions were made, and we believe that we should have a different outcome for 2026 in as far as estimated readings. Chairperson, the non-billing of residents. I think I've outlined, I've explained that we had a problem of 26% of households in Mangaung that did not have the meters, and it was difficult to meter these people. Over and above the estimated, the flat rate billing that we proposed to council, which was accepted, we had a problem, Chairperson, of the permission to occupy properties, the PTOs, where we upgrade an informal settlement, you install water and sanitation, you put people in them. When you're looking at the MPRA, we had a problem of ownership, whether the PTO gives entitlement and that the person can be billed. We amended then our policy in February of 2026 to say when a person has a PTO and receiving the services, over and above the fact that truly they are receiving the service, again, under accounting, when looking at the substance over form, they are receiving the benefits and they must be billed. And fortunately, under the indigent policy, those people will be covered under that policy. I will respond in writing on the commitments calculation because it is the point that the CM made earlier. There was nothing wrong that, in the calculation, but what was found was the misalignment between the award register and the contracts management register, where contracts that were issued under panel appointments, they were not updated on the contract side when the works orders were issued. And we've realized the weakness in the process, and that has since been addressed. And we believe that when AG comes, that qualification would have been resolved, and it won't happen again, because as part of our turnaround strategies, we want to fully adopt MSCOA. And one of the business processes that we want to implement with effect from the 1st of July is the procurement life cycle that will deal with these disintegrated processes in the city that let us down to find an unnecessary qualification, like a qualification of understatement of commitments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'll talk specifically on vacancy rate. Why are we not hiring people? I think HOD Duma did reflect that we have a top-heavy structure. We are spending too much on personnel, but not on critical positions. That's the historical legacy that we have in Mangaung. You have too many chiefs, as they would say, and very few generals. So the new structure addresses that. With the savings that we are making from the positions that we are going to cut from the top structure, we are now in process of employing the general workers. Perhaps also talking to the issue of consequence management, Chair, I must just state that the committees that we have reflected on, including the DC board, the investigation units, the MPEC, the executive mayor touched on that. Those structures were non-functional, and we have made these structures functional. It's on basis of the functionality or the outcomes that will come out of these committees that will have bigger consequence management. But that doesn't mean that there is no consequence management. At lower level, we continue to subject employees to disciplinary processes. I'll just touch, I think the executive mayor touched on the issue of the ghost workers. It's us who unearthed through the improved processes that there are people that would take the people that would take the attendance registers to those that are in jail. Not only that, there are people that would even be registered having worked overtime, having not even put their feet at our plans as the municipality. So we have been dealing with that. those are legacy processes that we are dealing with. I might just also maybe touch on the issue of material irregularities. Many of these material irregularities, Chair, they date back to 2018, 2019, some 2014. It becomes difficult to gather some of the information. But on that specific one that the AG wants to issue a certificate, I think it's a 2019 issue. There are issues of, we don't really agree with the Material Irregularity Committee in terms of how we were supposed to respond, but it's a matter. I'm going there on the 12th to make a presentation on that material irregularity. I think in terms of engineering practice or engineering standard, we could not agree with the AG. I think it's a matter of 2019. Most of these material irregularities date back a long time ago, but yeah, we are giving attention. I've even established an ad hoc committee now because I realize that we are unable to respond to some of these issues on time. So I've established an ad hoc committee that is going to deal specifically with material irregularities. I've appointed auditors and some of the staff that are technical to deal with those. On spending versus the indicators, Chair, I think the Executive Mayor always touches on the issue that the stability that we have achieved is really on shifting grounds. The demands on service delivery far surpasses the budget that we are getting. I'll make an example. We've got 79,000 toilets that are non-waterborne, but the budget that we have that is certified as correct actually does not even give us a third of what is required. But for the dignity of people, we must vacuum those toilets, Chair. We must collect waste where we are not even getting any cent from. But I will let the HOD technical to talk to, is here, Honorable Member, to talk to the technical issues. Thanks.
Perhaps before you carry on, Chairperson, there is the issue of water that was raised.
Sorry, can I ask that you switch off the mic so the sound every time there's more than one?
The water losses that was raised, and I wanted to weigh on it to say, Chairperson, you know, it's us and KZN Metro, Etequin, that were able to account, not that others could not, were able to account where the water losses are coming from, or non-revenue water. We have got 72 informal settlement in our area. And we cannot, because water is life, we cannot switch off water from them. And if we do so, we also get subjected to Human Rights Commission with regard to not providing water to the people that need water. Now, the permission to occupy, PTO that the CFO was talking about, are the ones that will give us at least the leverage to now be able to ensure that the people that are in those informal settlements are formalized, and then we can provide water, and then the water can be accounted for, and we can perhaps then generate revenue either through indigency or other form of payment that we can introduce. Now, the problem that when you see, it's actually not even 48%, it's 51% now that we are losing. We are still the second lowest, I mean the second lowest in terms of highest rather, let me put it second highest. But the problem is, water is not lost through leakages. We have done the best and put the infrastructure to attend the issue of leakages. If we could recover water that goes to the 72 informal settlement, I promise you, Chairperson, perhaps we could be counted between 20, 25, at the highest 28, because the amount of water that goes there must be accounted and must be paid for. And the only way to do it is to formalize our people. And when we do so, we then face the wrath of other political parties that take us to court in a way to see that effort being electioneering. Thank you.
So can I suggest that when we'll have a conversation with either your office or the MM's message. So what helps in terms of the reporting to the committee is when you subdivide the losses. There is revenue loss due to leaks. There is also revenue loss through to unlawful connections. Let's put it like that. Okay. So those things give us a picture, because remember, when we take the Auditor General's report, what we see is 30, 40, 50, 60% water loss. Now, that necessitates that you explain. That's one. The second example I can give is that, with irregular expenditure, if a contract is still going, it remains on the books until such time that it's. So it again in your submission, it helps to say these are historical issues. These are the historical issues. This is the consequence management that's occurred. We've recovered so much where we needed to recover. So many people have been disciplined, but this remains on the books. It accounts for X amount. This is new. This is what happened with this. But you understand? Then that exchange becomes a little easier for all of us, because you understand. So, yeah, thanks.
No, I think I need to respond on the Financial Misconduct Board in terms of not having provided the report to council. Like CM has indicated, when we were appointed in December 2023, one of those considerations we made was that the FRP has highlighted a weakness in terms of those pillars and the baseline assessment that was conducted, that we do not have the Financial Misconduct Board in place. We advertised, and by July 2024, the board was appointed. Now, what has been happening between July 2024 and January 2025, we've been engaging on agreeing. Remember, Treasury has issued the tariffs that are relevant for various boards. So one of the things was that the terms of reference that were approved by council gave them a bit lower tariff. So we have been negotiating, getting advices from Treasury. And I think towards the end of, in October 2025, that's when we reached an agreement with the board. We have had 2 workshops with them already, and they were only this year submitted with the files of the UIF and W. So we've given them space to actually do the work. Remember the work that they are doing, they're starting from 2017, if I'm correct, to investigate all the UIF and W matters. So it's big files that they are working, and as soon as they are done, then the report will then be sent to council so that their recommendation, and even in their workshop, they indicated that not everything will definitely have to go to council. They will even have to prefer some of the matter to the law enforcement officers once they have concluded their investigation. I thought it's important to clarify that one as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity again. Just so to fill some of the gaps, of course, to ensure that all questions are responded. One question, of course, was directed to the technical services in relation to the readings on the meters, but the CFO did cover that. I would like just to paint us a little picture of why was that the case, because we were different as a metro in comparison to other metros that had water services being run as a business unit that is separate. But we are undertaking that reform process with the National Treasury, where now the reading of these meters would belong closer to the water and sanitation technical services, of course, while they are doing their business. For now, it was still accountable under the finance department. That is why the CFO could then be talking to that. Further to that, the CFO highlighted that the performance of other conditional grants that are used in relation to infrastructure projects. What was affected was the IPTN due to the SIU cases that first had to be handled before the branches could be released to the city, and as a result the city lost it back to the national coffers. But on the expenditure which we undertook under USDG and ISUPG, the question did come, Chairperson, of the projects. As it was highlighted as well, we have some projects that are slow. Sampled project by our audit, we took note of Diversdorp Extension 8, we took note of Musselsport and Botshabelo, the Section F road. And I would like to highlight, because I think I would eat much of the time of the scoper if I'm going to detail of each. However, in the written, we'll write it. I'll make an example with Musselsport. We took note as the designs that were done that we were designing on an asset that was first commissioned in 1904, only refurbished in 1966. and so around. So this was only the second refurbishment that we were doing so as to ensure that we bring it back to its capacity of water it was treating, because initially it was designed to treat around 110 megaliters, but it deteriorated as it was not being refurbished over the years to treating around 40 to 45 megaliters. Now, as those works have started, Chairperson, we took note as we now started to expose and excavate on site some of the other concrete works that were very old were underlying. Some of the thicknesses which we thought the concrete was to that standard were not necessarily like that, because they worn out over years. So we had some variations and we had some extensions of time, but we would like to put it to record, Chairperson, that those are following the contract which we are in the Muscles Prot, which is the FIDIC Yellow Book. We are applying those to the latter as the contract is guiding. We then would like to put it as well that we were compliant with the MFMA Circular 62, which then guides what the city manager can sign and when to consider the section 116 of the MFMA. And what we then varied was 4.2, and we are still progressing a bit well than before, because the time of the audit and the progress was still at around 20%. But as we stand, we are on 94% intended, of course, and plan to be complete by the 26th of June, where then we'll be treating water that is more, despite the challenges we are having in as far as water is concerned. And I must say, Chairperson, we will attach in the written one to be specific on the volumes we are losing, be it on leaks and unauthorized consumptions through the water balance. It would be part of those discussions, of course, to be specific of the volumes which we are losing through our network, and causes thereof would be highlighted there. The Versdorp sanitation project as well was sampled. At the time of the audit, it was at 51%. It was stated that, and on the documentation we submitted to the AG, that hard rock, which was an unforeseen at the time, was a cause of this delay. But we made progress where now the actual scope was to ensure that 506 households are connected for waterborne sanitation. At this very point, as I'm seated here, Chairperson, 426 is done. We are completing the 80. I would like to state as well any extensions that were done, and those variations were preliminaries and generals for extra time, which were catered for, did follow the contract, which is the contract of the GCC of 2015 we are working with there. And of course, we were compliant to MFMA Circular 62. So all other plans which we have, since it was highlighted, we are 50.6 in the non-revenue water. We'll then attach as well the 18-point strategy which the city have, costed one, and of course, what budget levels are we making against what we actually need. And this information also matured the Chairperson and use it for our application of a BFI, because the BFI supports such a project of protection and saving of water. However, we have not been fortunate to access the monies from the coffers of the BFI. And Chairperson, I would just submit, I hope I'm not necessarily being considered as crying to the wrong funeral, but we are the only city not getting the BFI, and our priority is that by the time we are incorporated and we are considered in getting it, the first approach would be to save water. Then we can give our people those dignified toilets, and ensure that we then move on into ensuring that they are movable in as far as economy having to be effective. Thank you, Chair.
All right, no, thanks very much, colleagues. Can I just ask that we also, and that's to the members, we pick how many questions we want, because I can tell you we won't finish. You understand? So this came from just one set of questions with no follow-up. It's 43 minutes. And I don't want to say the members must not get answers to their questions, but it does put us in a difficult position time-wise. So can we choose then the other members can hopefully pick up on some issues. Honorable Matlal.
Thank you, Chair. And I extend my greetings to the delegation and everyone else that has been greeted, from honorable members to support staff to the AG team and everyone. Now that you've given that caution, starting with me,
I've given up on asking questions today.
I must reprioritize my questions, because at least the municipality will present itself before us sometime in the near future. I am comforted by that reality. And I'll try and be short, Chair. I had quite a number of issues. And maybe we need to consider the proportional allocation of time in line with the crisis that is before us. Maybe next time we need to give it a whole day for this particular metropolitan municipality, because it's proving to be a mess. But let me start here. Honorable Mayor, the veteran, and we respect veterans highly. You see, I'm being intimidated.
No, so there is an inside joke here. He and another member who's not here are called the Youth League in the committee. So
Yeah.
don't take offense.
No, we highly respect veterans, but I just wanted to say, Honorable Mayor, that the issue of legitimacy has been ventilated and litigated in court, and the court has found that there's no fake or real party between the two. It's two separate ones, and we extend high respect for our veterans. It does not, however, preclude them from accountability. We have to ensure that our people get the best service ever. In line with that, maybe before I go to the actual issues of administrative, I think it is also very important to note that at an administrative level, we can accept responses relating to some of the historical or legacy problems. At a political end, it would be very difficult for some of us to do so, particularly because this municipality has been at the helm or at the hands of one party since the dawn of democracy. So whatever challenges that could have prevailed in 2002 or 97 should have been projected, whether it's infrastructure maintenance program, whether it's a growth in population, whether it's a demand in sanitation and all of that. These are things that at a strategic level should have been projected, and the necessary intervention plans be put in place by a party. So we'd accept the administrative explanation around some of these matters. But from a political head, we are going to struggle. But we are here to then stand on business for what the AG has brought before us. And let me just get on to it. Because also we do not expect that municipalities must perform miracles. We are not you see, we're a bench of or a committee of politicians, but also administrators, highly qualified and highly experienced in working in municipalities as well in our previous lives. So we expect that the municipalities must do what is right with what they have. They cannot do beyond the financial and capacity limitations. Let me start making an example, which I hope that you'll be able to respond to, because I want to be brief. One of the concerns I had about the OEG's report was that there is water quality testing is not consistent. Water quality testing is not consistently performed. There was a serious concern for me on the day, because that speaks to health risks, and there should be mitigating strategies. And this is not in ignorance to the reality that there's quite maybe a high demand for water and all of that, but maybe take us through that. It's an urgent issue for me, because it cannot wait until the next cycle and so forth. If there's no consistent testing of the water quality, then it's a serious issue, and it's an issue within your area. That is number one. Number two, it's quality, it's controls. The audit committee recommendations not complied with. Controls continue to be weak. And I understand and fully agree with the fact that part of your responsibilities would have been to put in place systems during the time of your operation. So if today some 3 years or second financial year of reporting, there's a concern by the AG that the the controls are not in place. The recommendations that are made by the audit committee are at times not complied with, and I think maybe you would need to respond to that for us. The other issue relates to unauthorized expenditure, which has increased by, well, from 2022-23, it was 1.35 billion. It increased 1.81 and went back to 1.36. But between 2022, 2023, and 2024, 2025, it has technically just increased by $1 billion. Irregular expenditure has increased from 198 million to 324 million. That is between, I'm not counting the year in the middle, I'm counting 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. And I think that's an area also within your control, within your ability to ensure that it does not happen. And maybe just respond to that as well. Your performance agreements are not aligned to service delivery outputs. That's what the AGSA is saying, and performance agreements are set at your level. Why is there a misalignment? Is there an issue in the strategic management in the municipality? Why is the AG saying there's a misalignment of that? That's another issue I have a challenge with. The other issue was section 56 and 57 managers did not meet the minimum competency levels. That is what the AG said to us last week. These are some of the issues. I see you are shaking your hand, CM, your head. I mean, you may say that you are arguing that it is incorrect, but it sits before us, and we have a responsibility to follow up on it. So, out of 27 material irregularities, only one was resolved. That's within your scope. It's not a historical legacy issue. It's issue sitting on your desk. You must be able to resolve these material irregularities. Maybe also just answer on that. And maybe the last one, cognizance of the issue of time and the fact that at least you'll still be coming back with some detailed reports around these matters. When you made your presentation, you made indication about the service providers having tax issues and cash flow problems, and that at times you then have to make payments beforehand or something like that, or intervene in that regard. But I wanted to understand these tax issues, because I understand that at the point of the appointment of a service provider, these matters would have been verified for them to even qualify for an appointment. So at what point do these tax issues arise and become a problem? Because otherwise a person who is not tax compliant would have not been appointed in the first place. And I want to understand the controls around your appointment of service providers, but also just clarify the issue of these cash flow problems, and what interventions and what governs that kind of intervention, if any, which the municipality then has to provide to a service provider. Because my understanding is that once there's a tender, you just wait for the invoice, you verify if the job has been done, you pay, accordingly. So if they've got a cash flow problem, they cannot continue with the work. What then governs the intervention, and what kind of intervention is brought in place? But lastly, let me just say, as a comment to the administration, that when you then give us these feedback reports, we deal with detail in the committee, not the, I don't want to say rhetorical, not the strategic outlook of issues and all of that. But if we are saying there are disciplinary issues, we expect to see a spreadsheet detailing that this is a matter, there are 54, there are 13 currently underway, this is the stage at which they are at, and these are the allegations. So when we're dealing with material irregularities, we don't want an overview of saying that, we are dealing with them. We're turning the corner. One practical, detailed reports of saying we've got 8. One was around, corruption. One was around what, and this is the stage at which it is at. This is the person. This is the level of the post. So we are really interested in that kind of a detail. It gives us quite at least an informative perspective. Let me pause there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair, if you allow for me to continue. Let me start with the last question of the cash flow challenges with service providers. Indeed, when looking at the SAM regulations and the policy of the municipality, be it above 10 million, you are required to attach the financial statements. And the practice before that we've noted as this new administration is that the submission of the AFSs as part of the bidding document was not utilized to assess the financial capacity of that municipality, which becomes evident the moment the service provider takes site and they submit invoice 30 days after they've taken the site. With that invoice having to be processed, you start seeing the challenges of non-payment of salaries of the people working in the project pending the payment of that invoice submitted by the contractor. We are raising this as a challenge that is also impacting on the delivery of the projects within the timelines. And we've been discussing this matter at the EMT, and hence we're saying, let's go back to the basics and see. MFMA Section Circular 62 is quite clear that when bids are over 10 million, these are the things that you need to test and ensure that the project will be delivered successfully. On the tax issues, it is our normal processes. When we assess the compliance of the bidder, the tax clearance is essential. And we know that it is a disqualification if you don't have a tax clearance that is in good standing. But as the payments are happening, the project is being implemented, most of the time than not, we're receiving an appointment by the Commissioner of SARS in respect of a service provider who has now become in arrears with the payment of either the pay-as-you-earn or the VAT by that service provider. Now, the moment we receive that appointment by the SARS Commissioner to take as part of their recovery of the unpaid taxes, then we find ourselves involved in that process. And can you imagine if a service provider is, SARS is collecting 2 million on an invoice of 2 million submitted at that point in time by the service provider, it will impact on the cash flow and operations of that project. But we are conversing with our contractors to say, these are the issues that we are picking up that are impacting on the spending of the grants by the city and the successful implementation of service delivery to our people. So we are dealing with these issues. We are raising them under challenges that stalls and cause the extensions and variations of the contracts that my colleague, Tatema Subeng, has spoken about. Now, looking at minimum competency requirements, maybe the CM is going to deal with that. The whole issue that AG raised here was with regards to those industry-specific qualifications. Remember now, under the competency framework, we need to complete that MFMA training, which for the city manager, you must complete 20 standards, CFO must complete 26 standards. Now there has been an evolution in that space with new standards having come into effect. Now, when AG analyzed the unit standards under MFMA training that were completed by the senior management, some officials had either 2 or 4 that needed to be done. We are actually currently busy through corporate services with the appointment of a service provider that will offer those modules outstanding for the senior managers that are currently in the employment of the city. So it is not qualifications in respect of the minimum requirements for the position, but it is the industry-specific training that we normally do under LG CITAM with the various institutions that are appointed by Treasury, and now they're no longer having that database. We must appoint directly. I think from the questions you've raised, I will deal with those ones. But on the UFW, I think you were giving us the guidelines in terms of submitting the reports to you. But I think I will be committing the mistake if I'm not going to just give you some little bit of information, especially around unauthorized expenditure. When you're looking at the year-to-date as at 30 June 2025, the city said with about 8.9 billion of unauthorized expenditure. That 8.9 billion unauthorized, about, I think 7 billion of it is in respect of non-cash items, of which 1.9 of it is in respect of general expenditure. In the main, the bulk purchase of electricity, where when you're looking at the budget allocated for the bulk purchases and the actual expenditure on bulk purchase of electricity, we had a variance last year of 479 million. Now, the MPEC is investigating, And probably if I give just a small breakdown of our non-cash items, it is under budgeting of depreciation, under budgeting of debtors impairment, and the impairment of asset that we already spoken about as one of the qualification areas that our AGSA has raised, as well as the huge portion of your receivables that is likely to be impaired due to collectability of that debt. So we are dealing with those issues. So what we have done, we first looked at the principles of budgeting, and I think all of us, we know that every city strives to table to council a funded budget, a credible budget, and a relevant budget, because that budget is assessed by National Treasury. Now, when you're looking at the period up to 30 June 2022, the city has been tabling an unfunded budget, and the administration that the executive mayor is talking about said, no, we can't proceed like this as a city. We need to fix our budget and get it credible and funded. Now, the areas that suffered most was between having a funded budget and budgeting for the depreciation to the level that your financial statements are indicating based on the asset registers, then that's where the trade-offs were made. But members of SCOPA, I want to say to you, from February 2025 in the adjustment budget, we start with depreciation of 279 million against the actual depreciation in the previous financial statements of about 800 million. We adjusted our depreciation in the adjustment budget by a further 400 million, moving it from 279 to 679. And every time we are tabling a budget to council, we are looking at those things. We are now implementing MFMA Circular 42 of realistic projections of income and expenditure, where we are taking the realities of collection. Previously, we would make assumption that the city will collect 85% of the billed, and the actual becomes 79%. It means that your provision for bad debts is under budgeted by 6%, which is the difference between the assumed collection and the actual collection. So we are dealing with these things progressively as a municipality. And hence I say, when as a chief financial officer, my duties is to ensure that the actual expenditure in the form of outflows must always be aligned to the inflows. It's pointless to base your budget or your expenditure on the projections, yet when you're looking at the monies coming in, there's a misalignment. It is for that reason that when looking at the financial statements, 2024, we closed our cash balance at 479 million. Last year, we increased by 600 million to a point where we sat at 1.1 billion. And hence, it was possible for the city to increase its own contribution to capital from a mere 80 million. We are now sitting at 345 million contribution to the capital budget. It is because you are balancing billing, cash that comes in, and expenditure that goes out. But I'm still pleading with this committee. ESCOM is killing the business. Val Central, with the 11% proposed increase for 2026-27, is a problem. Our last public participation meeting was yesterday. And the big question is, how do you expect us to afford a 14.4% increase in water? And we are speaking about backlog maintenance. We are talking about impaired assets where we need to invest as a city. We have to justify these issues, members of this committee. And hence, the strides are there. They are visible. And we want to change the game and make sure that Mangaung is not as messy as it looks like. But I know from deep down, this administration, we are doing our level best, and from the financial statement, there is an improvement. Yes, on the audit, you may say it's a regress from 1 qualification to 5 qualifications in 2025, but again, we are coming back. We will explain the origins of those additional qualifications and put you to rest that we are not sitting back and not doing anything. The internal controls that the audit committee is speaking about, I think just for 26, from last year, July to date, we have approved as EMT more than 8 SOPs to address the issues that led to these UIFWs.
So we will have time to go through this. We'll give you a date before. When I end the meeting, I'll propose a date already. The Secretariat, so what I worry about is that we go through these long answers and then we're not going to finish. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying, but we'll create a structure such that you can make both a presentation and detailed written submission so that the members can read. Okay, but the answers were not done. Were you not going to answer, City Manager?
Oh, thank you very much, Chair and members of the SCOPA. On the issue of the water testing or water quality testing that is inconsistent as the audit seemed to have established, there was a blue drop score that was released in 2023, which was saying the city was at around 62.8. When, of course, ideally the city must be at 95. The shortcoming, it was that on daily basis on operations, when we get the raw water in the treatment plant, you will test to see what quality is it. And as you are releasing, you will test the quality of what the quality is it. And then at the network point now, some taps which would sample per zones, just to see if the quality is consistent between as we are releasing from the plant and where the people are consuming. We were testing as the city, but we were lacking an element now where an independent lab was verifying at the point of consumption. We since have improved the city manager where now we're having the independent lab checking us on weekly basis so as to confirm this, or so as to say it is better for the consumption. We have not up to this point had any case where now we are impacting on the people's health or being negative towards the consumption. So it was, the element was that the testing was consistent, done daily on the operations, weekly at the network. The element that was a bit lacking there was of the independent lab that had to work with us, but that was improved accordingly. CMI submit. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll talk to the issues of the MIs, perhaps just on a lighter note, to reflect many of these MIs, as I think will also indicate in the report, very historical. In one meeting I held, when I say on a lighter note, this one HOD was saying, but I was not there when this thing occurred. But that's the depth of how historical some of them were. So I've established a small unit now to escalate all MIs, but I must say there are those that are due, and there are those for which we still have time to respond to. We are working with the AG. We've been holding frequent meetings with the AG to try and resolve. But on basis of how long some of these MIs occurred, Chair, we struggle to agree. It's not like we are not taking any action on the MIs. In most instances, the AG will say, I could not satisfy myself with the response that you are given. It's on basis of this the historical context of some of the MIs. And let me just make an example. The one that they are about to take for certificate of debt, they also reflected. We met first with the committee that was appointed by AG. They also reflected that we've been trying to settle this thing since 2022. None of the accounting officers could really provide clear answers because of this historical legacy. There was the one on zoo, for instance. We could only settle this MI when we were meeting with the public protector, with the presence of the relevant department, the Department of Economic Affairs, where they reflected to us, why are you bothering yourself with this MI? Immediately when we take animals from you, they are no longer your asset. It was a question of verifying the animals taken versus what we have on the asset register. Then the HOD of the state just put it clear to us that immediately when we take animals from you, they are no longer your animals, they are the assets of the state. So we've been trying for many years to verify where these assets are. In terms of the issue of alignment of our indicators on performance contracts, I think we have really been doing that. We have been working also there with the Office of the AG. We have reduced the KPIs. We realized that the city mainly focus on operational issues as KPIs, which are addressed in the performance contract. So there is that alignment, but we are working hard. Every year we cut and we correct, and we are including even the FRP on the performance contracts, the elements of finances for the HOD. So we do align our KPIs with the performance contracts of HODs. It may not be 100%, but on some there are still gaps that we are addressing every year. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Can I think, let me say at the onset, I suspect Honorable Neil May and Beasley and myself won't get a chance today. So, sorry? Yeah, I think that.
Not at this rate.
Yeah, so we will not get a chance. And I'm saying that to say, so, and please check the diary. So the Secretariat has identified potentially the 20th of this month. It's a Wednesday. But please have a look. We can talk about it. I'm just saying, for us to complete this meeting, we would also then ask for permission from the House to continue after so it would be one of those sessions that goes into the evening to complete any outstanding business. I just want to say that after the initial interaction, it does get easier for all of us. So just stick to the process that we are on. So just make a note and maybe check so that we can confirm the date as we leave here. Honorable Nontench.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to know what are the reasons CM for establishing 4 subcommittees to do the work that should be done by your office and the HODs and all the Section 56 managers that fall under you. Which laws are guiding on this establishment? I heard you just now adding that you're going to come up with an ad hoc now. I would also like to know when were the remedial actions implemented and are they showing any improvement anyway? I heard, I think it's the CFO who was talking about underspending and the funds that get returned to the Treasury. I would love to know how does this impact on the service delivery and the infrastructure also, because these allocations are specific for certain things. For instance, you on your slide 12, you highlighted the lack of bulk infrastructure in most townships. And I would like to know how does this impact on that and what are the reasons of this lack of bulk infrastructure in most townships under this democratic dispensation, and what are the plans to address that? On the same slide, slide 12, you highlighted the lack of maintenance and repairs budget. What do you mean about that? Can you unpack that? And I would like to know when were the war rooms introduced? You reported on the write-offs of the UIFWs. I would like to know how much were recovered. We cannot look on one side without looking at the other side. Were there any recoveries or we are only interested in writing off? You reported that you have what you call MPEC Technical Committee. I would like to know how is this made up and what exactly is the role of this technical committee. You said you have a FBD in place. How long has it been in place? And how many cases have been handled by FBD so far since its inception? And considering that you said it is in place, but the AGSA highlighted lack of consequence management. What is the role of your FPD? It was also highlighted in many instances where you are not compliant with the laws. What could be the reasons? And lastly, I would like to know what were the reasons for including baselines for 2023-24 in the 2024-25 annual performance report that could not be confirmed against the prior year's annual performance report. I'll pause there. Hope I'll be here on the night of the 20th, Chair.
Thank you so much for the questions. I will address the withheld grants, the write-off of UFW, and the possibility of recovery. I think Ndate Duma will further maybe touch on the FDB, how long has it been placed and the work done, then the non-compliance with the laws. Chairperson, on the withheld grants, indeed, they will impact on service delivery. But I think in our response, I indicated that we have returned back to Treasury 149, of which 123 was on IPTN. On service delivery related projects, once you come to a point where you apply for the rollover and that rollover does not get approved, it forces the organization to relook at the capital budget for the following year and see how best those projects can be incorporated. But of course, without denying, there will be projects that will have to be reduced or to be delayed to ensure that those that had been started and not completed and funds lost, that we continue with them if your own funds cannot cover the lost funds. And so far, we weren't able to counterfund the lost grants through the process of our National Treasury. Therefore, we fully agree that it has implications, and hence our strategies are to push spending, improve on procurement, and ensure that we start projects on time and we finish them on time without any additional funding. On the UFW, Chairperson, I think in our report, the presentation, we indicated that there were reports presented to Council in 2019 to a tune of over 340 million that was written off. So far, the recommendation that had been made to Council were that of write-off because they could not, there was no evidence of either deliberate negligence or gross negligence as indicated in MFMA section 173. And I think the consensus that we have with the FDP and MPEC is that all UFW is a financial misconduct. But not all financial misconduct is an offense. Because for it to become an offense and recoverable, you need to prove that deliberate intention and that gross negligence. And these committees are working on those. FDP has been provided with all the registers, either fruitless and wasteful, unauthorized, and irregular. We agreed with them to say, on the historical UFW, we are giving them an opportunity to do an assessment and come back to management and say, from what is provided to them, what is it that they believe is tantamount to an offense that will lead to the recovery, and which ones of that is reported is a misconduct that arose due to circumstances, especially I already alluded to underfunding your bulk purchases. You can't blame the CEO to say, but you've overspent on the purchases of electricity, and that is a misconduct that is punishable. So they have looked into those things. We are yet to receive a report that will be going to Council, but it is working, and on a monthly basis. Remember now, with other conditions of National Treasury, they actually want us to report UFW as it is identified, and we've spoken about those SOPs that had been written and circulated to keep the administration abreast of the developments and the processes that will be followed. I think those will be the ones that I will respond to. I'll hand over. Maybe the one, lack of maintenance budget. I think we already spoken about the historical challenges of the budget, where the top slice, 2% of your operational budget was allocated to maintenance. And I indicated the progression that we have seen in the adjustment budget of 2025, the approved budget for 25-26, the year that is yet to be audited, and the tabled budget, which is currently indicating the allocation to maintenance is now sitting at 11.1%. I gave those figures earlier to say we are coming from a point of 2% and we are progressing And now the tabled budget that will be approved by council on the 28th of May is now showing that we are making that significant contribution. And we are doing so as a city, understanding that we are sitting with infrastructure as old as what Natema Subeng has spoken about, our water purification that was constructed in 1904. Truly, it would require refurbishments, it would require maintenance, and we are moving towards the right direction to ensure that we are allocating adequately to deal with the day-to-day challenges that we are experiencing, and the budget is testimony to all these progressions I'm talking about. I'll hand over to you, Sia.
Chair, I'll allow Ishodi Duma, Ishodi must
Yeah.
be the last one.
Okay. No, thanks once more, Chair.
CFO, just switch off your mic.
Thanks, Chair. 3 issues that I need to respond to. The FD board, the functioning of the FD board, which I initially alluded to. That after the appointment of the board, the issue was their tariffs that they wanted to negotiate against what council approved in terms of the terms of reference that was actually approved for the functioning of the DB board, FDB board. So we've had the discussion, we went to council and refined the terms of reference, including the tariffs in line with the Treasury norms and standard. And that agreement was reached in October last year. And they started to effectively do their work in terms of investigating the UIF and W matters. The registers were handed over to them, I think 3 months ago. And they are currently doing their investigation, and their report will also be tabled in council, including those matters that would necessarily be referred to the law enforcement officers. On consequence management, we have implemented full consequence management on a number of areas. We recently have actually referred about 298 cases of fraudulent overtime to the Hawks, and they are currently investigating those matters. I think the executive mayor has also alluded to that effect. One of the things that we have actually done, there are a number of managers who have actually been dismissed, and part of the consequence management include negotiating others, volunteering to come with information, and they were given, relevant sentences. We will provide those details in terms of the names, the nature of the transgressions, and what verdict have we, or what sentence have we imposed on those officials. I think we have about 2 general managers who have been dismissed. The other one, the matter, 3 actually, the other one, the matter is still pending in court. And we have also 1 manager who is also been dismissed emanating from fraudulent overtimes. And that's why we have actually referred some of the matters to the law enforcement officers to actually probe those matters even further. Thank you, Chair. The technical committee of MPEC. Look, MPEC necessarily comprises of councillors. So we felt that for them to be able to optimally do their work, we need to get some technical people with relevant skills. We have people who are officials of the municipality, lawyers, people from finance, internal audit unit, including the risk unit, who are doing assessment on the nature of material irregularities that have been found, so that we can then deal with those officials implicated in terms of those various findings. That's where we are now. Thanks, Chair.
Just briefly from my side, Chair, I think the questions in relation to the war rooms, I'll make an example of the war room on inner city rejuvenation as an example. To rejuvenate the inner city, you need waste to be collected, you need bylaws to be observed, you need economic development, for instance, to regularize economic activities in the CBD. You need to ensure that services are delivered. If you, in the state that Mangaung, the current state that Mangaung that we have also defined, and I think that we have also defined, I needed to upscale our response on key issues. So this multiplicity of colleagues are able to ensure that the one of law enforcement, to ensure that there is no illegal dumping. The one of corporate service to ensure that the bylaws are observed.
So, sorry, CM, Honorable Nontenja has a hand up.
Okay.
Yes, Chair. I think I'm going to borrow the words of the executive mayor to say listening is a skill. Because what you are answering now, CM, is not what I asked. I said, when were they? Yes.
Oh, no, we established.
Switch your mic off here. Thanks, Honorable.
We established them in 2024, the war rooms. But the work keeps on being redefined and defined on basis of the challenges that we're experiencing as a city. Also on basis of the fact that we have highly limited resources. But they are ongoing. They report to the executive management meeting every Monday. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Ad hoc, yeah.
Okay. No, I establish ad hoc committees. As the accounting officer, sometimes I pick that things are a bit slow. I've just spoken about the MIs now. Leaving them at the hands of departments only. That's the reason why we have prolonged. And I would even say generally, all the findings that have been brought on Mangaung in particular, I believe we could have resolved. But the current status of the city requires now the city manager to appoint committees that would advise him on escalating matters to ensure that nothing gets lost. You are correct when you say there are senior managers in those positions who are supposed to deal with these matters. But what the executive mayor explained, and what I think HOD Duma touched on, we've got a top-heavy structure, but with no sufficient capacity at relevant levels. So when I establish ad hoc committees, I draw all strengths within the municipality to say, I want you to help me resolve this. I'm aware that there is an HOD, there is a CFO, there is this HOD. But what support? I think many questions, or many of the findings would say the accounting officer did not put control measures or could not account for 1, 2, and 3. So from time to time, I enhance my capacity to respond to issues by establishing a short-term committee that will help me elevate the problem, develop the solution, and yes, hand it over to the relevant department. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Skosana, I think I'm adding you to that list of 4. So it's you, it's Honorable Neil May, Honorable Beasley, and myself. We are not getting a chance today. But let me say this, so in order to assist. So just as a matter of course, it's when the invitation from the committee does not appear to be clear, it's okay to phone and say, we don't understand what you guys are asking us here. Do you want this or do you want that? So that is the first thing. The second thing is I always make myself available to anyone who's coming to the committee who wants further guidance on the level of detail of information that is needed. So just so you know that that's really not an issue. In fact, I do have some 30 minutes after this meeting. So if CM and CFO want to sit with, I'm quite happy to do that. My office is next door, so that we can have a focused meeting next time. We can follow up with a letter, but I am available to do that, right? So what we are trying to do is to establish a baseline, because it's the first time in the 7th Parliament that you are coming here at least. I think the previous interaction was with the COCTA committee in Mangaung, and the sessions were rather brief. So let me give you context. So the committee has taken a decision out of a strategy session to say municipalities, all metros and certain municipalities that are at the apex of certain economic sectors, whether that's the agri sector, it is mining, it is tourism, etc. We are going to put them on our radar screen for the entire 7th Parliament. So this is a process that we are going to keep having until then. So just so you know, we're not targeting you. BCM, we're here. OR Tambo, we're here. Eguruleni is here tomorrow. Next year, after the local elections, we will still have a meeting. This is not about the election. Just at this election year, obviously, there'll be part. The committee has taken a formal decision to do that. We also decided the transport and logistics ecosystem is important. So you see Transnet, PRASA, Road Accident Fund, Road Traffic Management Corp. Again, we're not targeting that department, it's because it's important. So I'm just putting you in the picture so that you have context of what we're trying to do. So what is important is when we have the first interaction is to have a little bit of the history. For example, the members might not know when your term started as an example. So sometimes historical context is important in the presentation, etc., etc. So what I'm trying to say is I'm quite happy to assist with that process together with the Secretariat, so that when we have a conversation next time, the information is more to the point. We've got the right level of detail in the attachments and in the presentation. So I'm available for that. So just so you know. And we can interact with the AG and yourselves in between. So I just want to give you that assurance. So we are going to adjourn now. But I do want to thank you, Executive Mayor, and your colleagues for coming to Parliament. The date that we would like is the 20th, because what it does is we can then meet once a year after, right? So we will now work through all the issues that help us to establish a baseline. You finish your financial year, I think in July. You go through an audit, or whenever you go through an audit, once that audit is completed and it's been tabled before council, you come here and you account. Now, because we've had a baseline, that's why I said it gets easier. Then we are on the same cycle with everybody that we are focusing on. So these interactions that we are having now, as difficult as they may be, they assist in future because our process becomes smoother. So I hope I am making sense. I'll come to you, Honorable Isaac. I hope I am making sense, and you may respond.
Chairperson, it really does. It sync well with us, and I'm indeed going to ask that the city manager and the CFO must indeed visit you after this meeting. That's the first thing that I would instruct. The second thing that I would raise is that I like the way you came. The last time we were not here, and Scopa was meeting with AG, not this year, I think last year. And then thereafter, I went to AG, and I literally had to ask them, why did you say what you're saying? Because you're right when you say we need to also clarify the period we came in. And the AG was able to say to us, no, we work retrospectively. And if we do not say and state that we work retrospectively, when I go out there with what was said by our honorable MK member, the one who's not here, not you, big brother. It would be
Not
like,
the Youth League.
not the Youth League.
Not the Youth League.
It would appear like you are dealing with us on what we are dealing with now. So that part is not known, as it was not known by me and by general public, and it would appear that way. That's the first thing that I want to establish. There's a second thing that I want to establish to our honorable member, Youth League. He said something quite beautiful, and I think it is worth being responded to. Yes, we account at any level, whatever age, it does not matter. When you are called to come forward, you must account, and especially when you are trained in that respect to do so. And it is true that most of the happenings happens to have been from a particular political party that happened to have run the show over a period under review and beyond. However, I would like the Youth League honorable member to take note of the following. Yeah. You must take note of the following. Most of what we're dealing with, whether it's asbestos, whether it is state capture, the architect of those things were at some point members of the party that ruled and messed up and left and opened their little pockets and point back and say a given party is corrupt. So I'm trying to say, bear in mind that there is that
Honorable Mayor, let's not go there, please. Okay. So, no, so, so we're supposed to finish at 1. So I will provide guidance. We do need certain detailed information, but we'll provide it. Is it something that needs to be said on
I
the?
wanted to talk about the date, Chair. The municipalities are busy with the budgets now. I wanted to make a request that it be after the budget.
No, we'll talk about that. The proposed date is the 20th for now, so I need to examine the reasons. Honorable Isaac, is it something that the building will collapse if you don't say it? Will it?
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted to reach out to you and colleagues and say, look, obviously, I mean, I'm not too interested in the politics and the youth league and the veterans. Some of that.
There's a politician.
That's by the by. I'm interested in the people and the billions that are being wasted. I want to reach out to you, Chairperson, to seriously consider, like we went to Buffalo City, okay, and did a detailed oversight. I am very, very interested to go and see this Huang bus transport system, the water system, the reticulation network. I want to go and see and experience for myself so that we can quantify what the AG is saying, what our esteemed visitors are saying to us here.
I think the answer is yes.
Okay, great.
The answer is yes, Honorable.
Nice to see them on
Honorable
home
Isaac.
ground.
Okay, so let me just provide the guidance in terms of the detailed documents that we need to get ahead of time. Thank you.